All right, boys, welcome to the stream. How y'all doing? Dude, I'm about to come. I'm about to be done with this fucking thing, dude. With this fucking Linux piece of shit, fucking router piece of shit, dude. Something will break at some point, and it's a fucking AIDS to try to fix it. You don't have permissions for that. That shit is corrupted. That shit disconnected. You have to remount that. You have to fucking type that. You don't have permissions for that piece of shit. Oh, this doesn't work, or this doesn't save the information. People who say Linux is cool are fucking degens. They have way too much time on their hands. Anyway, how you all doing? God forbid you restart that piece of shit. You restart, all your information is lost, basically. Anyway, how you all doing? Oh, that's right. So the thing is, I wanted to download Barry. They're saying that the TV show ended, and I watched the first season, and I really liked it. But when I watched it, it was only the first season. And so let me take a look and see if I can download it. Oh, it's still fucking checking? Holy shit, it's so fucking slow. Then I saw a couple of TikToks with Ninja Scroll and Vampire Hunter, and I'm like, I can't believe I didn't watch that shit. So I'm downloading that too. Everyone on GitHub assume you have Linux? Well, listen. I don't disagree. I look tired? Nah. Diablo 4? Wait, did it come out already? Listen, I don't disagree that that it has Linux has a lot of tools. The problem is, it's like building your own car and buying a car. You know what I mean? It's like you buy a car and you can just go. When you build a car, you know? You know what I mean? Like, yeah, you know how everything works. But if something breaks in a car that you bought, you just take it to the dealership and you pick it up. And this one you have to fucking fix yourself. Yeah, I saw what he said. Guys, I follow all the news. When you're telling me that, did I watch this, did I watch that? I watched all of it. I'm saving the news. Like, I'm scrolling through the news and I'm saving it to show on stream. Obviously, I've seen that. I spoiled myself already. Damn it. Right, Barry TV show. Also, I was looking into better solutions than what I have with multi-streaming. And apparently, Streamlabs has multi-streaming capability if you pay monthly fee, but they don't have Kick. So that sucks. Because I'm tired of, like, it's a little bit annoying to start the stream. I have to, like, change a lot of things. But they don't have Kick, and I don't pay any money right now with my setup. So, you know. Okay, Barry TV show, right? Episodes HD. There's a box set. Damn. The Flash? No, that's not what I'm looking for. Barry. Season 2. I don't think I watched season 2. Any of you any of you watched Barry? Yeah, I didn't watch season 2. Download torrent. When I go through, dude, ChatGPT is awesome when you need to troubleshoot shit like this. It tells you what commands to type. It tells you what to look at. It's very good for somebody who has no idea what he's doing. I mean, the Linux and all that stuff. But sometimes it's like he gives me a suggestion way later. Like, for example, the file systems that Windows and Linux use, they're different, of course. So if you want to use the full capability of Linux, it has to be a Linux file system. And for that, I need to format my drive. And I'm gonna lose 750 gigs of torrents. Ain't happening. I did use a system that works on both, which is exFAT, but apparently it's limited capabilities, which fucking sucks, dude. So, it suggested me to... Oh. And also, apparently... God. My partitions are also wrong. I think they're default. They're default partitions. But I just ran out of space. You can mount and use NFTS on Linux and Windows? That's not true. I cannot do that. Or at least not in OpenWRT, which is like a bare bones Linux thing. Okay, Barry season 3. Where's season 3? There it is. And then season 4. Right, is there any season 5s? No, it's 4 seasons. All right. I did manage to set up a thing where it's like scans through a folder and automatically adds torrents from that folder, which is pretty cool. So here's the biggest thing that I'm having an issue with, right? I use, it's called transmission. It's like torrent, but for Linux, whatever. I have a problem when my shit goes down. I have a power outage. I have a reboot. I remove the drive, anything. It deletes all the torrents. Like, it just deletes all the information about the torrents, so I have to re-add them, and it has to recheck everything. And it takes a lot of time. And I recently got a power outage, and it just fucking reset. And also, when you disconnect the drive, all of a sudden, it will create errors in your drive, and then you can't use it. And to fix errors, you need to install a special software. Pretty much anything you want to do on OpenWRT, you have to install it first. You want to check your disk for errors, you have to install it. You have to like mount some shit, you have to install. You have to share the folder over your local network, you have to install. Anyway, I installed so many apps apparently that I ran out of storage, and I can't install anything anymore. So when I want to do something, I can't install anything. So I was like, what the fuck? How is that possible? I have 32 gigs of memory there, of storage. And apparently the partition was wrong, but I don't know how can I partition the drive without formatting the drive. Like, I don't know. Anyway. I cannot partition it through Windows without formatting. Anyway, it's horrible. Also, you can't download apps into a different folder. It doesn't work like that on OpenWRT. And I don't even know how to make a partition if I'm going to reinstall the thing. That's what... Anyway, it's all complicated. Fuck that shit. Let's not think about it. So... yeah, Forsen. So... woo. What else I got mad about today? I got mad about something. Oh. I watched a cool video. Yeah, I understand. But my router is pretty much a computer, so... I understand. But it's like, the amount of bare bones shit there is, it's like really bad. Like really bad. It's like bare bones. And even, and the thing that I installed is not even bare bones. You understand? Anyway, whatever. So here's the thing. I saw a pretty cool video about NVIDIA making servers for big corporations. That's why NVIDIA, by the way, that's why NVIDIA is so expensive now. The valuation of NVIDIA is fucking crazy. They're making a lot of hardware for big servers for big companies. And remember how I said that it would be really cool to see SoC, system on a chip, because that thing is like super powerful and super power efficient. So NVIDIA makes those, and those are fucking insane. They have like 480 gigs of video memory, and they have like fucking terabyte of RAM. It's fucking insane. So obviously they're for servers, but watching that video, I understood, and doing some additional research, I understood why we don't have that shit in laptops. Now, Apple, you know, I don't like their business practices, but what I like is them pushing for like new hardware. So Apple has that in their new MacBooks. M1, M2 chips. They're SoCs, system on a chip. There's a big difference there, however. One of the reasons it's so efficient is because it's an ARM processor. It's the same processor architecture that is in your phone. It's not the regular PC architecture. So it's way more power efficient for the same performance, which means that you either can make very powerful laptops that require very little cooling, or you can make very powerful laptops like a couple of times more powerful than the current laptops, but require a lot of cooling, right? Power equals heat generation equals, big devices. So Windows has their own ARM chip that they're making, and there's a Windows ARM Windows, whatever the fuck. The problem with that, it's not backwards compatible with like regular PC stuff. So I have no idea if it will ever be a thing for a consumer. It's hard to say. I'm sure I'm sure it's some development has to happen there. But like, oh man, the software is just, oof. Maybe they will find out a way, because they're working on that. Maybe they will find out a way to like recompile old stuff into the ARM architecture. I don't know. It's not that easy, basically, but yeah, it's I got pretty upset by that because I was really excited for like future hardware, new generation of whatever. But you don't give a fuck about that, do you? Well, you know what else you don't give a fuck about? TikToks, boys. Let's go watch some TikToks that I saved specially for you. Some of them are political. Some of them are just funny. Okay, you ready? You ready, boys, for TikTokies? Why is that so fucking loud? Also, Jesus. You totally into hardware talk? Really? Okay, this guy is funny. But monkey. But what the fuck is this? This is so cringe. People made this. Oh my god. I'm cringing. This is so bad. Monkey. Okay, what is this? I don't remember liking this. Did I like this? It's gonna be the sign thing. Yeah. I didn't... Fuck. Give me a second. How did I did not like this shit. That's a mistake, guys.
Voi vitu, huoran perse, kyrven vittu, saatana!
Saatana!
Vittu, minkälaista vittuilua on nyt? On perkele, minkälaista sunnuntai vittuilua, saatana!
Saatana!
Voi vittu, kyrvän vittu, paskan vittu, 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 vittu!
Perkele!
Voi vitu, huoran perse, kyrven vittu, saatana! Voi vittu, minkälaista vittuilua on nyt? On perkele, minkälaista sunnuntai vittuilua, saatana! Voi vitun, kyrvän vitun, paskan vitun, vittu, vittu, vittu!
Does he even say anything that is not a curse word?
Vittu, saatana!
Satana. Pics that have the same energy. True? Monkey. Ooh. Look at that, dude. That's a cool move. Ukrainian folk music and dancing. The more you know. Dude, that move was sick. Let's see it again. Look at that. Damn, bruh. Yeah, it's Ukrainian folk music. You didn't know that? That's why we put it in all those Ukrainian military videos. Damn, he fucking faced as fuck. Let's add more bass, boys. I feel like it needs more bass.
level 3.
Best guy.
Yeah.
George! The hell? Stop. George, leave it.
George, leave it. What does he want it? That's a towel. Alright.
How did you afford this?
Oh, it's free.
Free?
Yeah.
How come it was free?
Huh? I found it. It's on the street. Someone didn't want it. What are you doing, man? That's a good sandwich.
I was gonna spit it out, but I think I'll just eat it. How did you afford this?
Bro, I fucking vibe with this so fucking well. I thought I'm gonna spit it out, and then it's just I'll just eat it, dude. Oh man, frugal university times, you know.
Oh, it's free.
Free?
Well, good morning.
Why? It's attacking. It's an attack mode. Why is it in an attack mode?
morning.
But it's patiently waiting. I don't understand. It looks like it's gonna attack.
Well, good morning.
So stupid, little cat. Dude, he dug in, dude. Oh, no. I bet it smells so good.
If you're a girl and you're unsure if a guy likes you, just look out for this micro expression that we do, because we all do it. If you're a girl and you're unsure if a guy likes you, just look out for this micro expression that we do.
For all the
because
girls.
we all do it.
He leaked it.
Trump 2024, but bring back slavery, or Joe Biden 2024?
Pick one or the other.
Yeah.
He's thinking, dude. He's
Guess we're gonna
thinking.
have to take back slavery, I guess. I don't think anybody would want Joe Biden back.
Yeah. No Sleepy Joe?
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly.
Trump
Damn.
2024, but bring back slavery, or Joe Biden 2024?
You never seen those micro expressions?
Pick one or the other.
Yeah.
I guess we're gonna have to.
Oh, look at those doggies. Look how many of them. Where is this? Is this heaven? What's happening? Who's he talking to, dude? Look at him digging something. Little paws. Oh, look at that. They're so stupid, dude. Is this what they're doing the whole fucking day? Just hunting leaves and walking like that.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Enjoy.
Oh, you'll enjoy. Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Enjoy.
Oh, you'll enjoy.
Car dealership red flags, part 1. So what do you think? Do you like this tracks?
I love it. Do you have it in blue?
Car dealership red flags, part 1. So what do you think? Do you like this tracks?
I love it. Do you have it in blue?
Car dealership red flags, part 1. So what do you think? Do you like this tracks?
I love it. Do you have it in blue?
Car dealership.
Let me get my get back. It's Mr. Young. Pocket full of racks. Turn around, big boy. Book bag full of snacks.
Oh! Kid destroyed. Bro, school shooting right there.
Mr. Young. Pocket full of racks. Turn around, big boy. Book bag full of snacks.
Damn. Dude, absolutely true. Have you ever, do you remember when you were a child and you would hang out with like older like kids and they would always like give you shitty controllers, shitty guns, and they had the best shit. They fucking they would destroy you, man. And then you grow up and you do the same thing.
Put ice and milk and you're weird, but add coffee and it's normal. Put ice and milk and you're weird, but add coffee and it's normal. Put ice and milk and you're weird, but add coffee and it's normal.
The little cat snoring. You looked at Grisha's clown car stream and he was talking about how he hopes he can join Special Military Operation and be UAV operator. Oh, I saw this, but this is so cool. Look at that. Russians, if the Russians see this, they're gonna think it's like one big plane flying at them. That's cool. Anyway. Fake? Yeah, it's fake. There's no, planes don't exist. In order for planes to exist, the Earth should be round, but it's not. Obviously. All right. Yeah, it's Big Pharma wants you to believe in planes. That's why they telling you to take the vaccine shot so you can take a plane to different countries, because without no more TikToks, no. I mean, not the ones that I liked anyway. Because they want you to take the vaccine so you could fly, but the planes are not real. They want you to believe they're real though. All right, the news, boys, the news coming up. In Kursk, during the night, there was explosions. I don't have Spotify. Kumsk. He says maybe it's time to leave.
Вот еще одна прилетела. Что это было?
Uh-oh, it hit.
Влетел прям в дверь, нахуй. Вот, ну да, смотри.
Ебать.
Damn, it hit the door. This is bad news. Switzerland rejects amendments on the transfer of weapons to Ukraine through third countries. 98 deputies voted in favor of blocking re-exports against 75. Cringe. Yesterday in Russia, a local supermarket organized a free ice cream distribution campaign in honor of Children's Day. The result was a stampede involving hundreds of children. Unwashed, poor, hungry Russians. Little orcs growing up. When they organize these events, what do they think is gonna happen? Every time there's anything free, shit like that happens. Okay, so last night, Kyiv was attacked. 15 rockets and 21 Shahed were shot down by our air defenses. 100% of targets were destroyed. Incredible. This is the fragment of the Legion Freedom of Russia in one of the villages, Novata Volzhenka, Belgorod People Republic. I like that we call it Belgorod People Republic. .300 light, meaning light wounded somebody. She's putting a tourniquet. Remember the cringe fucking video where Belarusians were talking about borscht? We got a response. Wanna hear it? And we also recorded the response in Belarusian language. It says, we heard last time that you were saying that Ukrainian and Belarusian borscht are the same. But they're very different. This says, together we broke fascism, together we will break Russism. And it's Ukraine and Belarus. But he says, but now Belarusian borscht is, looks more like Russian shi. This is not the same that was up until the moment that when you used the knife that Russians put in our back. It's sad to have neighbors that talk about like brotherhood and independence, be the slaves in reality and have nothing in common with us.
Завсёды запишите у свою память и в кулинарную
Remember, write this in your memory and in your culinary book,
что украинцы
that
свободолюбивая
Ukrainians
нация.
are a freedom-loving nation.
Мы завсёды змагаемся за свою
We're fighting
незалежность.
for our
Навзамен
independence.
вы на гэта
And
не
instead-
здольныя і шмат гадоў знаходзіцеся ў палоне адна.
And instead, you're like something like you're not doing the same, and instead
Одного тирана и одного
you're under control of one tyrann
бункерного деда.
and a bunker grandpa,
Дык ваше теперешнее бульбяное варево
and your shitty
по
porridge
консистенции подобное до тюремной баланды.
of the consistency of prison stew,
Зусім не подобное до нашего украинского борщу.
very different from our Ukrainian borscht.
Мы не рабы, как каштовать
We're not
вашего
slaves
белорусского борщу.
To eat your
Нам
Belarusian
взамен этого
borscht. Instead,
раим изменить вам ингредиенты и
we
стать
suggest you change the
свободным народом,
ingredients
а не
and become independent nation
неволенным. А
and not
перед этим
enslaved one.
ешьте сами, да не поперхниться.
Eat your borscht and don't choke
За
on it.
себя вас не запрошаем. И
We do not
настойчиво
invite you over to us,
раим вам заставаться на своей
and very much recommend you to stay on your own side,
территории,
on your
потому что
territory.
вы пошкодуете.
Otherwise you're gonna regret. Fucking base, dude. Found it? Found what? Damn! Blink and you'll miss him. Holy shit! Lip service? Damn, dude. Blinken Park. Is this him singing?
Nothing to see, but then I finally found somebody like me. I wanted
It's
to
him?
tell ya, but I was so afraid. Yeah.
Damn, bruh. That's crazy.
You said you liked me fine, but not
All right.
that way. Or was it
So the question about our shelters and basements in Kiev is going on. So for a year and a half, 1.2 billion hryvnias were allocated from Kiev budget for the improvement of the shelters of the capital. According to him, these funds were and are being managed by district state administrators of the city. They still didn't do shit, as you can see by some of these basements are in conditions like this, and some basements are simply closed. I wonder if Klitschko is gonna lose his mayoral post over this, because he's ultimately responsible. Okay, NATO chief urges allies to sign defense deals to boost output. Basically says that NATO countries exhausted stocks of ammunition. They need to start producing more. All right. What's this now? Damn, dude. Killed them. Okay, what is this? Berdyansk. Explosions. Port. That Russians occupy temporarily. Park their fucking dog shit, piece of shit, fucking buckets.
Yeah.
And we're sinking those buckets.
Хуй того знает, блядь.
Look at that.
Йоханий бабай.
Let's go, dude.
На улице вот. Пошли покататься называется. Там вон еще на косу что-то прилетело. На косу что-то прилетело еще.
There was 2 hits.
Классно как вообще.
The fuck was that in the end? Okay, Russian Volunteer Corps again went to break through the border of the Russian Federation in the area of Urazovo-Verigovka, section Russian media. Rusnia writes that a heavy battle is going on. So this is Kharkiv, and this is where they're going, where they're advancing. It says more than 100 armed men are going towards the Belgorod region. There's fighting going on. It's too soon. It's too soon. Obviously he didn't change his mind. He wants to recruit himself. Jesus. It's worthless to talk to him. Armed forces of Ukraine may deoccupy Crimea this year as Russian troops run out of necessary equipment, says British Defense Secretary Ben Wallace. Big Ben, they call him. When the counteroffensive Paradox copy-striked him, he can't even play Hoi 4. Is that real? Developers of Hoi 4 copy-striked him because he's fucking propaganda cunt? No way. How is that real? Is it true? It's fucking hilarious. Who was just playing it yesterday? Oh, so he was lying. Why are you lying, dude? Let's wait for the counteroffensive to start. When the counteroffensive is gonna start, we're gonna have a lot of fun. And then after it's done, we're gonna have a lot of fun. And then we'll like debate these fucking morons, you know? Says in his title, he's bored showing his room now, saying he can't open the game. I don't know. Побачимо, побачимо. Я вже чекаю, коли там все почнеться. Paradox Interactive sent me a DMCA strike for playing Hoi 4. Is that real? At least that's what he says. No way! I haven't seen that, like, is that a precedent? He played Ukraine versus Russia 10 times now in Hoi 4 and lost each time. Don't you, like, wait, do you play against other people or what? Or I don't understand. How, it's a single player game? How can you lose a single player game? Oh. Oh, I see. Ministry of Clowns of Russia, Ministry of Defense of Clowns of Russia, says that during the night they did a strike on our anti-air that covers key critical infrastructure. All targets were destroyed. Bro, who believes this shit? They don't even have reactions on their fucking posts. Because that would be fucking clown emojis. So Putin said something like the security of Russia. He says the security of Russia, especially the interpolitical situation. And some people want to shake the situation inside Russia. Does he mean like Prigozhin and Kadyrov? That's the question. Also, is he forgetting that there's not only political issues inside Russia? Forgot about that? Fucking shit getting fucking shelled. And he's like, yeah, I know. Jesus. United States is going to import Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles from Japan for the production of shells for Ukraine. The United States has found a way to buy trinitrotoluene from Japan without violating Japanese law prohibiting the supply of military products to third countries. Isn't Japanese law exists to not export military products to third countries specifically because they were on the wrong side of history and we asked them to basically have that law so they wouldn't fuck around and find out the second time? If we need it now, they can remove it. Start exporting, dude. We need it, boys. Bro, I am a child, certified. I spilled the fucking water again. Interesting. Anyway. For the dual-use goods, the ban is not as strict. Good. Anyway, they will export some things to America to make explosives. Zelensky met with the president of Estonia, Alar Karis, in Kyiv. Estonia is among those who aid our defense in the fastest and largest manner if you look at the ratio of the amount of the aid country's GDP. Thanks to their support. United 24 shirt. I have a similar shirt in my shop. So if you want like with the flag of Ukraine, you can get it. Ben Wallace says, Russia can send youth to die, but it cannot conjure tanks. If Ukrainian armed forces succeeds in hitting Russian troops in the wrong place, they will actually fall. True. Okay, Zelensky talks about the current events. Okay. First of all, it's not a movie. It's not a Hollywood movie, he says. It's hard for me to say how you will witness. Witness me! Witness the current events. The most important is that Russia would see it, and not only see it, but feel it. Especially, we're talking about the troops that occupied our territory. The occupation of our territory is going to be the result of the counter-advance. When that's going to happen, you will see that it's happening. You will see. Don't worry about it. Nobody's gonna miss it. Guys, new details about Ukrainian biolabs just dropped. Hold yourselves, guys. This is the big one.
В это место и заняться этой темой мы не просто так пришли, а нас натолкнул документ, который мы
We found a secret document
нашли в Рубежанской санитарной станции. Это
that we found in a sanitary station.
это письмо сопровождения к 57-й бригады.
This is it says we asked the colonel of the 57th separate motorized brigade, blah blah blah, to basically help in delivering the equipment from Washington Research University in Missouri.
На тот момент располагалась где-то в районе Рубежного. О том, что нужно сопроводить
10th of May 2019.
две машины,
Two cars
которые прибыли
that
с грузом из
had
My source is that I made it the fuck up.
Washington, Missouri.
Значит, если посмотреть в интернете, в
course.
открытых источниках, то вот эта вот лаборатория,
So
или
this laboratory
университет и занимался выведением
is doing.
боевых насекомых. Он
She says, if you Google this university, you will in the internet you will find that they're creating battle insects.
первый начал
Do you know the guy, the Professor Pym, the guy that created Pym particle, that makes you big and small, the Ant-Man, basically. He's from there.
ставить эксперименты на саранче.
So he says that they're making, they're doing experiments on crickets.
Изначально они экспериментировали над ней, как ее использовать в саперном деле.
Saperном деле? No way! He says first they experimented on how to use crickets as sappers.
И вот этот вид саранчи перелетной, ее выращивают даже в принципе
And now the
в
crickets,
условиях для
they're being produced in home conditions.
Говорят, они остановились на этом виде, потому что тут условия просто идеальны для ее разведения. Чтобы
Anyway, it says new biological weapon, hordes of locusts, I'm sorry. On the orders of the, which is the same thing as a cricket, right? On the orders of the armed forces of Ukraine. Nightmare for the LPR. Russian-haired propagandist took up the old, forming a locust brigade for a counteroffensive. But the order fucking locust, fucking... Ooh. Patriot for patriots. That's great. Beautiful. Same insect, different family. Don't care if it's the same insect, then it's the same insect, okay? What is it gonna be this time?
Я в бешенстве.
I'm fuming, he says.
Красивый русский город,
Beautiful Russian city. Is there such a thing? Okay.
находящийся на нашей земле,
That is on our territory.
утюжат
Being flattened
всякая нацистская сволочь.
by Nazi bastards.
И мы на полном серьезе говорим, ну они
And-
попытались там террористическую атаку на
And we're seriously saying that they just tried to do some terroristic attack there
Белгородскую область,
on
и у них
Belgorod
не
region,
получилось.
and
Да
they
чего у них
failed.
получилось?
They succeeded.
Они превратили жизнь
They turned the
жителей
life
Шебекина в
of
чистый
people of Shebekina
ад.
in pure hell. Oh yeah. Oh, I see. Oh, okay. Must be bad when your city is getting attacked, huh? Okay. So what's happening in Shebekina in Russia? Let's take a look. Oh, smoke. You know? Smoke. You know what comes off a nuke? Smoke. And Russian people don't waste no time, okay? When shit goes down in Russia, what do Russians do? Exactly right. They make it even worse.
Лариса, сказали, повыбивали, прикиньте, вот эти ж мародеры.
Basically, they already started marauding,
Мужики
dude.
говорят, там тут охранники были.
And looting.
Нету. Посмотрите, ребят. Выбили дверь. Пипец. Это люди наши уже.
It says, our
Гляньте.
people just broke the door
Посмотрите, что происходит.
and started stealing stuff. There's nobody here.
Наверное, что-то вынесли.
They probably
Вот они
took something out.
позаклеивали. Ну, они вон, гляньте, что они, все равно дырки. Офигеть. Это вот наши
Already, bro.
не есть
What the
сознательные
fuck?
граждане.
Alright. Over the past day, 850 units of various ammunition were fired in the Shebekinsky urban district of the Belgorod region, says the governor.
Откуда пришлось
Oh, yeah?
чудом выехать и остаться в живых?
Oh, look at that. This was there before. It's funny because it doesn't matter how many videos Russians are gonna show. We don't know if that happened after or before the shelling. It looks the same.
Квартира прямо. Чудом пронесло.
Oh, look at that. Just quick entrance right there. Smells like gas, he says. Well, Russia exports a lot of gas, so I would assume. Constantly smells like gas in there, no? Oh, smoke. Smoke. Smoke, we saw this one. Nice. Yeah, can he stop fiddling with the fucking... There it is. Smoke. What's up with this fucking shit paint, bro? We have this shit too. Why? This fucking color. It's the cheapest? Dude, how much cheaper can it be? Seriously. It's a fucking... It's still paint. It's just a different color. It's horrible.
Последствия очередного прилета черный дым.
It says there's some hit, black smoke, blah blah blah.
Промзоны, похоже, попадание было прицельное, возможно, там находится какой-нибудь резервуар с топливом.
Never understood pastel colors on facades. Pastel? Meaning like... What do you mean? Like the colors that are not bright? You don't understand? Or what do you mean?
Назад случилось попадание.
Wait, let's... Maybe I don't know the meaning of that word. Well... I like pastel colors. They're easy on the eyes, but I don't like all pastel colors. I still don't like bright colors. I like shit like this. This is what I like. I like that. I don't like super saturated bright colors.
Обычный жилой дом, верхняя квартира. Обшивку разнесло вокруг, естественно. Сейчас продолжается возгорание.
I like Berlin. Berlin is basically like gray and maybe light beige. Nice.
Ударов по всему городу.
I liked it.
Крайне много. Разбитое здание позади. Попадание было прямое.
Anyway, he just describes everything that we fucking see.
Такими вот осколками.
Shards, explosions.
Вся улица без стекол.
Street is without windows. Anyway, fuck you. Fuck you, orc. Okay. Nice colors for clothes, not the same as houses or cars. Yeah. Not the same, but you know. If we Google like Berlin streets, yeah, look, I really like this. Well, where's the picture that I liked? Oh, there it is. Can I have a bigger one? Yeah, look. All like cement or like a little bit of beige. You know, I like that. I like that. Maybe I actually been there. I don't know. But it's, yeah, very clean. Yeah, look at that. You know, white beige. Just brick, you know, not painted. Also nice. Now, shit like this, you know, not a big fan, but it's like inside the buildings, not on main streets. It's kind of like artistic, so fuck it, who cares? This one too, yeah. It's very like, very clean, you know? Clean looking, nothing that pops in your fucking face. I like that. I like that. More fucking destroyed Russia. Still don't know if this happened. Well, obviously this happened after the hit. We can see the missile. Okay, it's the same video. He's upset. Berlin is definitely one of the ugliest capitals in Europe. You're fucking capping, dude. Berlin is the ugliest Western European capital and the dirtiest? Who told you that? Have you been to Berlin? It's not dirty at all. What the fuck are you talking about?
Я военнослужащий Вооруженных сил Российской Федерации. Службу проходил на должности помощника НТВщика. Позиции наши были в Белгородской области. После рейда Легиона Свободы России и Русского добровольческого корпуса, когда наши все побежали, а нас просто бросили, я тогда принял решение, что, наверное, надо перейти на украинскую сторону. Не просто перейти, а присоединиться к Легиону Свободы России.
Easy, dude.
Потому что мы там никому не нужны, и вообще настало время, пора уже что-то менять в нашей стране, потому что это...
Well, obviously, obviously it's a propaganda video. It's not real, but
Власть не меняется, становится все...
most likely it's some guy from Volunteer Corps or Freedom Legion already. They just captured some Russians, took some of their passports, and filmed the video like this.
Только хуже. А моя жена, мои дети, они достойны того, чтобы, наверное, за них воевать.
They're probably worth fighting for. Only probably.
Они сейчас в безопасности, и поэтому я готов, я хочу присоединиться к русскому освободительному движению и призываю к тому же всех своих бывших братьев по оружию, российских военнослужащих, делать то же самое.
Well, nice message, though.
Наверное, просто другого выхода у нас, наверное, другого выбора у нас уже просто не осталось.
True. You can do this. Just chill, you know? Talk with your homies. Russian Volunteer Corps goes forward. We're doing reconnaissance. Soon, I think our readers and listeners will know our goals.
The Kremlin often claimed it had the second strongest military in the world, and many believed it. Today, many see Russia's military as the second strongest in Ukraine. Its equipment, technology, leadership, troops, strategy, tactics, and morale, a case study in failure.
Didn't even blink in. Uh-oh, Shebekin on fire, the whole city. It's okay. Putin concerned with political situation inside Russia. Nothing to worry about here. Full speech? We'll link it. I don't know. This is an interesting post. From the Washington Post, they posted. The White House posted. The White House has become easier to decide on the transfer of the latest weapons to Ukraine and less afraid of Moscow red lines, says the Washington Post post, citing U.S. official post. The revision of attitude towards Moscow's policy took place because the regular threats from Russian officials are never carried out. Wow, surprise, surprise. At the same time, U.S. is taking into account Russia's possible response to a decision to support Ukraine. In Russia, over the past 2 years, the number of citizens who are denied travel abroad due to the debt has sharply increased. What does oblast mean? Oblast is just region. If in 2021 there were 4.6 million Russians who are not allowed to leave, now there's 8 million of them. It's probably because of a good life, right? They're all taking credits that they can't pay. Occupiers in Mariupol motivate to pay for communal... No. The occupiers in Mariupol motivate civilians to pay for their utilities in the Potemkin village of the Nevsky residential complex. Otherwise, they're threatening to create problems with evacuation in case of non-payment. Alright. Prigozhin says that 99% of PMC Wanker left Bakhmut as of today. Only 2 best fighters left. Biba and Boba. Okay, the situation in Shebekino. Dude, what the fuck? Yo! They're already dressing like clowns too. What got hit? Shebekino is getting pummeled. Russian city.
Не знаю, на свой страх и риск. Может, хозяин Ларисы увидит.
Okay, we saw this one.
Все. Загорело нахер. Стенка вся рушится, телевизор взорвался.
It says TV exploded, the wall is collapsing. Apartment on fire. Oh. The city is being ironed with artillery all day. All trains are cancelled from tomorrow. Roads around the city blocked until June 30th. Looting begins. The evacuated residents have nowhere to be placed. They were promised student dormitories but settled in the stadium. Typical Russia. Okay, what is this? Recent video from Prigozhin? I bet we saw it.
Thank you for...
Oh, maybe not. Prigozhin stated that the ways of departure from Bakhmut for his fighters were mined by a representative of the Ministry of Defense. Okay, dude, load, dude.
Со стороны ВСУ на сегодняшний день провокации в наш адрес
Oh, there's no subs?
не наблюдаются.
It says from the AFU side, the provocation is not happening. Oh. But I have to underpin that we had surprises from the other side. Before we started exiting Bakhmut, we saw some activity on the ways of our retreat. We asked for government workers, and we started investigating the ways of our it says we found over a dozen places of mines on the roads that we were supposed to take to leave. Starting from hundreds of anti-tank mines and tons of blasted so-called snakes, whatever. Some investigations are still going on. Basically, Prigozhin is blaming Ministry of Defense for them to try to fuck him up. It's funny. They just fucking on each other's throat, dude. That's fantastic. Okay. It's reported that this night in Kursk, UAV damaged, or like a drone damaged Su-34, several Su-34s, and destroyed the Panzer air defense missile system on the territory of Vostochny airfield. Not confirmed information yet, so. Okay. Interesting.
Hosting us here in
Have they left Bakhmut already? Is this next stuffing and they just want to stay there until this pretext? No, I think they're actually leaving. But we'll see. Oh, sorry.
And in this absolutely magnificent City Hall. And Mika, my thanks to you. And also to your entire team, all of the researchers at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, for deepening the scholarship about
Antony Blinken just taking the stage at the Helsinki City Hall. Let's listen in.
And yes, I feel a greater sense of happiness today than I felt in a long time. Mayor Vartunian, thank you for hosting us here in Helsinki and in this absolutely magnificent City Hall. And Mika, my thanks to you. And also to your entire team, all of the researchers at the Finnish Institute of International Affairs, for deepening the scholarship about diplomacy and also enriching the public debate. I'm also gratified that my friend and my partner, Pekka Haavisto, is here with us today. We have worked so closely together over this past truly historic year, and I'm grateful for your presence. To all of the distinguished guests, 2 months ago, I stood with our allies in Brussels as Finland's flag was raised over NATO headquarters for the first time. President Niinisto declared, and I quote, "The era of military non-alignment in Finland has come to an end. A new era begins." It was a sea change that would have been unthinkable a little more than a year earlier. Before Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine, 1 in 4 Finns supported the country joining NATO. After the full-scale invasion, 3 in 4 Finns supported joining. It wasn't hard for Finns to imagine themselves in the Ukrainian shoes. They'd walked in them in November 1939 when the Soviet Union invaded Finland. Like President Putin's so-called special
I'm surprised
operation
you
against
guys
Ukraine, the USSR's so-called liberation operation
join NATO for so long.
falsely accused Finland of provoking the invasion. Like the Russians with Kyiv, the Soviets were confident that they'd sack Helsinki in weeks. So confident that they had Dmitry Shostakovich compose music for the victory parade before the Winter War even started. Like Putin in Ukraine, when Stalin failed to overcome the Finns' fierce and determined resistance, he shifted to a strategy of terror, incinerating entire villages and bombing so many hospitals from the air that Finns started covering up the Red Cross insignia on their rooftops. Like the millions of Ukrainian refugees today, hundreds of thousands of Finns were driven from their homes by the Soviet invasion. They included 2 children, Pirkko and Henry, whose families evacuated their homes in Karelia, the mother and father of our host, the mayor of the city. To many Finns, the parallels between 1939 and 2022 were striking. They were visceral, and they were not wrong. Finns understood that if Russia violated the core principles of the UN Charter, sovereignty, territorial integrity, independence, if they did that in Ukraine, it will imperil their own peace and security as well. We understood that too. That's why, over the course of 2021, as Russia ratcheted up its threats against Kyiv and amassed more and more troops, tanks, and planes on Ukraine's borders, we made every effort to get Moscow to de-escalate its manufactured crisis and resolve its issues through diplomacy. President Biden told President Putin that we were prepared to discuss our mutual security concerns, a message that I reaffirmed repeatedly, including in person with Foreign Minister Lavrov. We offered written proposals to reduce tensions. Together with our allies and partners, we used every forum to try to prevent war, from the NATO-Russia Council to the OSCE, from the UN to our direct channels. Across these engagements, we set out 2 possible paths from Moscow.
I think that was a mistake. I think you should have said, okay, you're gonna fuck around, you're gonna find out, okay? No fucking peace, no fucking de-escalation. You fucking move or fucking nuke the fuck out of the fucking face of the earth, okay? That would have worked.
A path of diplomacy, which could lead to greater security for Ukraine, for Russia, for all of Europe. Or a path of aggression, which would result in severe consequences for the Russian government. President Biden made clear that regardless of which path President Putin chose, we would be ready. And if Russia chose war, we would do 3 things: support Ukraine, impose severe costs on Russia, and strengthen NATO, while rallying our allies and partners around these goals. As the storm clouds gathered, we surged military, economic, and humanitarian
It
assistance
reminds
to
me
Ukraine.
of Obama way of
First
speaking,
in August
no?
2021, and again in December. We sent military equipment to bolster Ukraine's defenses, including javelins and Stingers. And we deployed a team from the U.S. Cyber Command to help Ukraine shore up its power grid and other critical infrastructure against cyber attacks. We prepared an unprecedented set of sanctions, export controls, other economic costs to impose severe and immediate consequences on Russia in the event of a
I'm gonna blast off in a second. That's Obama way of speaking.
full-scale invasion. We took steps to leave no doubt that we and our allies would uphold our commitment to defend every inch of NATO territory. And we worked relentlessly to rally allies and partners around helping Ukraine defend
No. I'm saying nuke, not in a sense as nuclear bomb. It's just we're gonna wipe you the face of the earth, you know.
itself and denying Putin his strategic aims. Since day one of his administration, President Biden has focused on rebuilding and revitalizing America's alliances and partnerships, knowing that we're stronger when we work alongside those who share our interests and our values. In the run-up to Russia's invasion, we demonstrated the power of those partnerships, coordinating our planning and strategy for a potential invasion with NATO, with the EU, with the G7, and other allies and partners from around the world. Over those faithful weeks in January and February of 2022, it became clear that no amount of diplomatic effort was going to change President Putin's mind. He would choose war. And so, on February 17, 2022, I went before the United Nations Security Council to warn the world that Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine was imminent. I set out the steps that Russia would take. First, manufacturing a pretext, and then using missiles, tanks, troops, cyber attacks to strike pre-identified targets, including Kyiv, with the aim of toppling Ukraine's democratically elected government and erasing Ukraine from the map as an independent country. We hoped to be proven wrong. Unfortunately, we were right. A week after my warning to the Security Council, President Putin invaded. Ukrainians of all walks of life, soldiers and citizens, men and women, young
When
and
was
old,
the speech?
bravely
Today.
defended their nation. And the United States moved swiftly, decisively, and in unison with allies and partners to do exactly what we said we'd do: support Ukraine, impose costs on Russia, strengthen NATO. All of this with our allies and partners. And with our collective support, Ukraine did what it said it would do: defended its territory,
We damn
its
did it.
independence,
We damn right did it.
its democracy. Today, what I want to do is set out this and the many other ways Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine has been a strategic failure,
True.
greatly diminishing Russia's power, its interests, and its influence for years to come.
True.
And I'll also share our vision of the path to a just and lasting peace.
Just peace.
When you look at President Putin's long-term strategic aims and objectives, there is no question. Russia is significantly worse off today than it was before its full-scale invasion of Ukraine, militarily, economically, geopolitically.
Which is an incredible
Where
feat.
Putin aimed to project strength, he's revealed weakness.
To sink even deeper.
Where he sought to divide, he's united. What he tried to prevent, he's precipitated. That outcome is no accident. It's the direct result of the courage and solidarity of the
Bro, it's like Putin never watched fucking superhero movies, dude. When the villain tries to destroy everyone, kill the world, the heroes are there to stop him, right?
Ukrainian people and the deliberate,
They
decisive,
should just play fucking video games instead.
swift action that we and our partners have taken to support Ukraine. First, for years, President Putin sought to weaken and divide NATO under the false claim that it posed a threat to Russia. In fact, before Russia invaded Crimea and eastern Ukraine in 2014, NATO's posture reflected a shared conviction that conflict in Europe was unlikely. The United States had significantly reduced its forces in Europe since the end of the Cold War, from 315,000 in 1989 to 61,000 at the end of 2013.
Well, you don't use them anyway, so what the fuck is the difference, huh?
Many European countries' spending on defense had been declining for years. NATO's strategic doctrine at the time labeled Russia a partner. Following Russia's invasion of Crimea and the Donbass in 2014, that tide began to turn. Allies committed to spend 2% of GDP on defense and deployed new forces to NATO's eastern flank in response to Russia's aggression. The alliance has accelerated its transformation since Russia's full-scale invasion, not to pose a threat or because NATO seeks conflict,
but to
NATO
kill him.
always has been and always will be a defensive alliance. But Russia's aggression, threats, nuclear...
No. This hand is only to defend myself. Grabs Russia's head. Why are you hitting yourself over my hand?
saber rattling
True.
compelled us to reinforce our deterrence.
That's kind of what happens, right?
Hours after the full-scale invasion, we activated NATO's Defensive Response Force. In the weeks that followed, several allies, including the United Kingdom, Germany, the Netherlands, Denmark, Spain, France, swiftly sent troops, aircraft, and ships to reinforce NATO's eastern flank. We doubled the number of ships patrolling the North and Baltic Seas, and doubled the number of battle groups in the region. The United States established its first permanent military presence in Poland. And of course, NATO added Finland as its 31st ally, and we will soon add Sweden as the 32nd.
Sweden,
As we head into the NATO summit in Vilnius, our shared message will be clear. NATO allies are committed to enhanced deterrence and defense, to greater and smarter defense spending, to deeper ties with Indo-Pacific partners. NATO's door remains open to new members, and it will stay open. Russia's invasion has also led the European Union to do more, and more together with the United States and with NATO than ever before. The EU and its member states have provided over $75 billion in military, economic, humanitarian support to Ukraine. That includes $18 billion in security assistance, from air defense systems to Leopard tanks to ammunition. Coordinating closely with the US, the UK, and other partners, the EU has launched its most ambitious sanctions ever, immobilizing over half of Russia's sovereign assets. And European nations have taken in more than 8 million Ukrainian refugees, most of whom have not only been granted access to public services, but also the right to work, to study.
That's base,
Second,
right?
For decades,
Bro, it's so funny that 8 million refugees flooded Europe, and it wasn't a big deal at all. In a sense, like, nobody was like, oh, what's going on, and our countries cannot handle it, and all of that. It was like, boom. And it's like, yeah, it's okay. It's done. It's crazy, man.
Moscow worked to deepen Europe's dependence.
It was a huge deal for Ukrainians, of course, but
on Russian oil and gas. Since President Putin's full-scale invasion, Europe has made a swift and decisive turn away from Russian energy. Berlin immediately canceled Nord Stream 2, which would have doubled the flow of Russian gas to Germany. Before Putin's invasion, European countries imported 37% of their natural gas from Russia. Europe cut that by more than half in less than a year. In 2022, EU countries generated a record 1/5 of their electricity through wind and solar, more electricity than the EU generated through coal, gas, or any other power source. The United States, for its part, more than doubled our supply of gas to Europe, and our Asian allies, Japan, the Republic of Korea, also stepped up to boost Europe's supply. Meanwhile, the oil price cap that we and our G7 partners put in place has kept Russia's energy in the global market while dramatically cutting Russian revenues. A year into its invasion, Russia's oil revenues had fallen by 43%. The Russian government's tax revenues from oil and gas have fallen by nearly 2/3. And Moscow will not get back the markets that it has lost in Europe. Third, President Putin spent 2 decades trying to build Russia's military into a modern force with cutting-edge weaponry, streamlined command, and well-trained, well-equipped soldiers. The Kremlin often claimed it had the second strongest military in the world, and many believed it. Today, many see Russia's military as the second strongest in Ukraine. Its equipment, technology, leadership, troops, strategy, tactics, and morale, a case study in failure, even as Moscow inflicts devastating, indiscriminate, and gratuitous damage on Ukraine and Ukrainians. Russia is estimated to have suffered more than 100,000 casualties in the last 6 months alone, as Putin sends wave after wave of Russians into a meat grinder of his own making. Meanwhile, sanctions and export controls imposed by the United States, the European Union, and other partners around the world have severely degraded Russia's war machine and defense exports, setting them back for years to come. Russia's global defense partners and customers can no longer count on promised orders, let alone spare parts. And as they witness Russia's poor performance in the battlefield, they are increasingly taking their business elsewhere. Fourth, President Putin wanted to build Russia up as a global economic power. His invasion cemented his long-running failure to diversify Russia's economy, to strengthen its human capital, to fully integrate the country into the global economy. Today, Russia's economy is a shadow of what it was, and a fraction of what it could have become, had Putin invested in technology and innovation rather than weapons and war. Russia's foreign reserves are down by more than half, as are profits from its state-owned enterprises. More than 1,700 foreign companies have reduced, suspended, or ended operations in Russia since the onset of the invasion. That's tens of thousands of jobs gone, a massive flight of foreign expertise, and billions of dollars in lost revenue for the Kremlin. 1 million people have fled Russia, including many of the country's top IT specialists, entrepreneurs, engineers, doctors, professors, journalists, scientists. Countless artists, writers, filmmakers, musicians have also left, seeing no future for themselves in a country where they can't express themselves freely. Fifth, President Putin invested considerable effort to show that Russia could be a valued partner to China. On the eve of the invasion, Beijing and Moscow declared a no-limits partnership. 18 months into the invasion, that two-way partnership looks more and more one-sided. Putin's aggression and weaponization of strategic dependencies on Russia has served as a wake-up call to governments around the world to make efforts at de-risking. And together, the United States and our partners are taking steps to reduce those vulnerabilities, from building more resilient critical supply chains to strengthening our shared tools to counter economic coercion. So Russia's aggression hasn't distracted us from meeting the challenges in the Indo-Pacific. It's actually sharpened our focus on them. And our support for Ukraine hasn't weakened our capabilities to meet potential threats from China or anywhere else. It's strengthened them. And we believe that Beijing is taking notice that, far from being intimidated by a forceful violation of the UN Charter, the world has rallied to defend it. Sixth, prior to the war, President Putin regularly used Russia's influence in international organizations to try to weaken the United Nations Charter. Today, Russia is more isolated on the world stage than ever. At least 140 nations, 2/3 of UN member states, have repeatedly voted in the UN General Assembly to affirm Ukraine's sovereignty and territorial integrity, to reject
when is Russia going to be out of the United Nations?
Russia's aggression and atrocities, and to call for a peace consistent with the principles of the United Nations Charter. Governments from the West and East, North and South, have voted to suspend Russia from numerous institutions, from the UN Human Rights Council to the International Civil Aviation Organization. Russian candidates have lost one election after another for key seats in international institutions, from the governing board of UNICEF to leadership of the UN agency responsible for information and communications technologies, the ITU. Each rebuke and loss for Moscow is not only a vote against Russia's aggression, it's a vote for the core principles of the United Nations Charter. And countries from every part of the world are supporting efforts to hold Russia accountable for its war crimes
your
and
sister
crimes against
and I
humanity.
came in your
From creating a
dad's
special UN
mouth
commission to document the crimes and
afterwards.
human rights violations committed in Russia's war, to assisting investigations by prosecutors in Ukraine and at the International Criminal Court. Seventh, President Putin for years sought to divide the West from the rest, claiming that Russia was advancing the best interests of the developing world. Today, thanks to openly declaring his imperial ambitions and weaponizing food and fuel, President Putin has diminished Russian influence on every continent. Putin's efforts to reconstitute a centuries-old empire reminded every nation that had endured colonial rule and repression of their own pain. Then, he exacerbated the economic hardship many nations were already experiencing due to COVID and climate change by cutting off Ukraine's grain from the world markets, driving up the cost of food and fuel everywhere. By contrast, on one global challenge after another, the United States and our partners have proven that our focus on Ukraine will not distract us from
You know, when you don't care about your citizens, it's fine to raise the prices on everything, pretty much.
working to improve the lives of people around the world and
Fucking-
address the cascading costs of Russia's aggression. Our
Fucking
unprecedented
imbecile
emergency
dictator,
food aid
piece of shit.
has prevented millions of people from starving to death. Just last year alone,
Бро! Ты тварь, ебать! Твою шалаву мать ебал, блядь! И батю твоего пида... Пошел нахуй, блядь.
the United States provided $13.5 billion in food assistance. And the United States is currently funding over half of the UN World Food Programme's budget. Russia funds less than 1%. We supported a deal negotiated by UN Secretary General Guterres in Turkey to break Russia's stranglehold on Ukraine,
Blinken, just they see red, dude.
allowing 29 million tons of food
They don't
and talent
blink.
to get out of Ukraine and to people around the world. That includes 8 million tons of wheat, which is the equivalent of roughly 16 billion loaves of bread. Together with allies and partners, we're mobilizing hundreds of billions of dollars in financing for high-quality infrastructure in the countries where it's needed most, and building it in a way that's transparent, good for the environment, empowers local workers and communities. We're strengthening global health security, from training 500,000 health professionals in our own hemisphere in the Americas to helping the pharmaceutical company Moderna finalize plans with Kenya to build its first mRNA vaccine manufacturing facility in Africa. Time and again, we are demonstrating who fuels global problems and who solves them.
Base.
Finally, President Putin's core aim, indeed his obsession, has been to erase the very idea of Ukraine, its identity, its people, its culture, its agency, its territory.
You can't do
But here
that.
too-
You literally cannot erase that. Like, it's impossible. People identify that way. Like, you can identify, like, you can be a member of a nation, you can have a nationality that is in your passport, and you can take that away, but people will always have ethnicity. They choose for themselves, basically, how to identify themselves ethnically. But it's you can never erase it, because it lives inside here. It's just in the heads.
Putin's actions have precipitated the opposite effect.
Hitler tried it, Stalin tried it, but they all failed. It's impossible. You just can't do it.
No one has done more to strengthen Ukraine's national identity than the man who sought to wipe it out. No one has done more to deepen Ukrainians' unity and solidarity. No one has done more to intensify Ukrainians' determination to write their own future on their own terms. Ukraine will never be Russia.
I watched those history lessons with that guy. He also mentioned that Timothy Snyder, is that what his name? He also mentioned that saying that Putin consolidated Ukraine is kind of wrong, because you can't have a country that is not consolidated, or like Putin strengthened the country or whatever. You can't have a country that is weak that can rebuke an attack on their nation, right? Only strong countries rebuke the attacks and protect their heritage. So technically speaking, would have happened regardless. Putin has nothing to do with this.
Russia. Ukraine stands sovereign, independent, firmly in control of its own destiny. In this, Putin's primary goal, he has failed most spectacularly. President Putin constantly claims that the United States, Europe, and countries that support Ukraine are bent on defeating or destroying Russia, on toppling its government, on holding back its people. That is false. We do not seek to overthrow the Russian government, and we never have. Russia's future is for Russians to decide. We have no quarrel with the Russian people, who had no say in starting this tragic war. We lament that Putin is sending tens of thousands of Russians to their deaths in a war he could end now, if he chose, and inflicting ruinous impact on Russia's economy and its prospects. Indeed, it must be asked, how has Putin's war improved the lives, the livelihoods, or the prospects of ordinary Russian citizens? Everything that
Dugin
we and our
is
allies
losing
embarked on in
it?
response to Putin's
Over
invasion
what?
has the same purpose.
Did he lose another family
To help
member?
Ukraine defend its sovereignty, its
Lol.
territorial integrity and independence, and to stand up for the international rules and principles that are threatened by Putin's ongoing war. Let me say this directly to the Russian people. The United States is not your enemy. At the peaceful end of the Cold War, we shared the hope that Russia would emerge to a brighter future. Free and
Over
open,
the Second Army in
fully
Ukraine?
integrated with the world.
Really?
more than 30 years.
Is that it?
We work to pursue stable and cooperative relations with Moscow because we believe that a peaceful, secure, and prosperous Russia is in America's interests, indeed in the interests of the world. We still believe that today. We cannot choose your future for you, and we won't try to do so. But we also will not let President Putin impose his will on other nations. Moscow must treat the independence, the sovereignty, the territorial integrity of its neighbors with the same respect that it demands for Russia. Now, as I've made clear by virtually every measure, President Putin's invasion of Ukraine has been a strategic failure. Yet, while Putin has failed to achieve his aims, he hasn't given up on them. He's convinced that he can simply outlast Ukraine and its supporters, sending more and more Russians to their deaths, inflicting more and more suffering on Ukraine's civilians. He thinks that even if he loses the short game, he can still win the long game. Putin is wrong about this, too. The United States, together with our allies and partners, is firmly committed to supporting Ukraine's defense today, tomorrow, for as long as it takes. And in America, this support is bipartisan. And precisely because we have no illusions about Putin's aspirations, we believe the prerequisite for meaningful diplomacy and real peace is a stronger Ukraine, capable of deterring and defending against any future aggression. We've rallied a formidable team around this effort. With Secretary of Defense Austin's leadership, more than 50 countries are cooperating through the Ukraine Defense Contact Group. And we're leading by the power of our example, providing tens of billions of dollars in security assistance to Ukraine with robust and unwavering support from both sides of the aisle in our Congress. Today, America and our allies and partners are helping meet Ukraine's needs on the current battlefield while developing a force that can deter and defend against aggression for years to come. That means helping build a Ukrainian military of the future with long-term funding, a strong air force centered on modern combat aircraft, an integrated air and missile defense network, advanced tanks and armored vehicles, national capacity to produce ammunition, and the training and support to keep forces and equipment combat ready.
Planes.
That also means Ukraine's membership in NATO will be a matter for allies and Ukraine, not Russia, to decide. The path to peace will be forged not only through Ukraine's long-term military strength, but also the strength of its economy and its democracy. This is at the heart of our vision for the way forward. Ukraine must not only survive, it must thrive.
True based.
To be strong enough to deter and defend against aggressors beyond its borders, Ukraine...
By the way, I would like to stress out that historically, we were a very rich country. The problem with this thing is we don't need any handouts. We need Russia to pay for what they destroyed and fuck off, and we can do pretty well ourselves. So this is like, help is good, but just don't think that this is like, you know.
It needs a vibrant, prosperous democracy within its borders. That's the path the Ukrainian people voted for when they won their independence in 1991. It's the choice they defended in the Maidan in 2004, and again in 2013.
Maidan was in 2014. 2004 was not Maidan. It was revolution, the Orange Revolution.
Free and open society, with respect for human rights and the rule of law, fully integrated with Europe, where all Ukrainians have dignity and the opportunity to realize their full potential. And where the government responds to the needs of its people, not those of vested interests and elites. We are committed to working with allies and partners to help Ukrainians make their vision a reality. We'll not only help Ukraine rebuild its economy, but reimagine it with new industries, trade routes, supply chains, connected with Europe and with markets around the world. We'll continue to bolster Ukraine's independent anti-corruption bodies, a free and vibrant press, civil society organizations. We'll help Ukraine overhaul its energy grid, more than half of which has been destroyed by Russia, and do it in a way that's cleaner, more resilient, more integrated with its neighbors, so that Ukraine can one day become an energy exporter.
We are an energy exporter. It just our shit is fucked now. But we even recently, a couple of months ago, we were exporting energy.
Ukraine's greater integration with Europe is vital to all of these efforts. Kyiv took a giant step in that direction last June when the Union formally granted Ukraine EU candidate status.
But they're raising the prices for electricity now, and I don't like it. Because, well, it's not by much. Well, it is like over 60% increase. I know that, you know, if you know how prices work, they always rise, but they never go back.
And Kyiv is working to make progress toward the EU's benchmarks, even as it fights for its survival. Investing in Ukraine's strength is not at the expense of diplomacy. It paves the way for diplomacy. President Zelensky has said repeatedly that diplomacy is the only way to end this war, and we agree. In December,
no pay rise.
he put forward a vision for a just and lasting peace. Instead of engaging on that proposal, or even offering one of his own, President Putin has said there's nothing to talk about until Ukraine accepts, and I quote, new territorial realities. In other words, accept Russia's seizure of 20% of Ukraine's territory. Putin spent the winter trying to freeze Ukrainian civilians to death, and then the spring trying to bomb them to death. Day after day, Russia rains down missiles and drones on Ukrainian apartment buildings, schools, hospitals. Now, from a distance, it's easy to become numb to these and other Russian atrocities, like the drone.
But that's all. But that always happens. If your country is strong as a nation and it gets attacked, of course people focus on the enemy. That's nothing. That's nothing unusual. It happens all the time. It almost sounds like it's thanks to Putin we were united. Yeah, we had our own fucking problems and we were, but then we consolidated around the idea of one enemy. But it doesn't matter. It could have been anyone. That's what countries do.
Drone strike last week on a medical clinic in Dnipro, which killed 4 people, including doctors. Or the 17 strikes on Kyiv in the month of May.
It almost gives him some, responsibility for what we did. No fucking way.
Alone, many using hypersonic missiles. Or the missile attack in April on the city of Uman, hundreds of miles from the front lines, in which 23 civilians were killed. The rocket strike hit multiple apartment buildings in Uman before dawn. In one of those buildings, a father, Dmitro, raced to the room where his children were sleeping. Kirilo, age 17. Sophia, age 11. But when he opened the door to their bedroom, there was no room, just fire and smoke. His children were gone. 2 more innocent lives extinguished. 2 of the 6 children Russia killed in a single strike. 2 of the thousands of Ukrainian children killed by Russia's war of aggression. Thousands more have been wounded, and thousands beyond that have been abducted from their families by Russia and given to Russian families. Millions have been displaced.
That is the weirdest fucking thing to me. When they take the kids and just give them to fucking, it's so weird, bro.
All are part of a generation of Ukrainian children, terrorized, traumatized,
I don't get that at all.
Scarred by Putin's war of aggression. All of whom remind us why Ukrainians are so fiercely committed to defending their nation and why they deserve a just and lasting peace. Now, some have argued that if the United States truly wanted peace, we'd stop supporting Ukraine. And that if Ukraine truly wanted to end the war, it would just cut its losses and give up 1/5 of its territory that Russia illegally occupies. Let's play this out for a minute. What neighbors of Russia would feel confident in their own sovereignty and territorial integrity if Putin's aggression were to be rewarded with 1/5 of Ukraine's territory? And for that matter, how would any country that lives near a bully with a history of threats and aggression feel secure within its own borders? What lesson will other would-be aggressors around the world learn if Putin is allowed to violate a core tenet of the UN Charter with impunity? And how often in history have aggressors who seize all or part of a neighboring country been satisfied and stopped there? When has that ever satisfied Vladimir Putin? The United States has been working with Ukraine and allies and partners around the world to build consensus around the core elements of a just and lasting peace. To be clear, the United States welcomes any initiative that helps bring President Putin to the table to engage in meaningful diplomacy. We'll support efforts, whether by Brazil, by China, or any other nation, if they help find a way to a just and lasting peace, consistent with the principles of the United Nations Charter. Here's what that means. A just and lasting peace must uphold the UN Charter and affirm the principles of sovereignty, territorial integrity, and independence. A just and lasting peace requires Ukraine's full participation and assent. Nothing about Ukraine.
Well, the fact that it got back is already...
A just and lasting peace must support Ukraine's reconstruction and recovery, with Russia paying its share. A just and lasting peace must address both accountability and reconciliation. A just and lasting peace can open a pathway to sanctions relief connected to concrete actions, especially military withdrawal. A just and lasting peace must end Russia's war of aggression. Now, over the coming weeks and months, some countries will call for a ceasefire. And on the surface, that sounds sensible, attractive even. After all, who doesn't want warring parties to lay down their arms? Who doesn't want the killing to stop? But a ceasefire that simply freezes current lines in place and enables Putin to consolidate control over the territory he seized and then rest, rearm, and reattack, that is not a just and lasting peace. It's a Potemkin peace. It would legitimize Russia's land grab, it would reward the aggressor, and punish the victim. If and when Russia is ready to work for true peace, the United States will respond in concert with Ukraine and other allies and partners around the world. And along with Ukraine and allies and partners, we would be prepared to have a broader discussion on European security that promotes stability and transparency and reduces the likelihood of future conflict. In the weeks and months ahead, the United States will continue to work with Ukraine, with our allies and partners, and any and all parties dedicated to supporting a just and lasting peace based on these principles. On April 4, 1949, 74 years to the day before Finland joined NATO, the original members of the alliance gathered in Washington to sign its founding treaty.
Helsinki.
President Truman warned the group, and
Agreements or what?
We cannot succeed if our people are haunted by the constant fear of aggression and burdened by the cost of preparing their nations individually against attack. We hope to create a shield against aggression and the fear of aggression, a bulwark which will permit us to get on with the real business of achieving a fuller and happier life for all of our citizens. The same is true today. No nation, not Ukraine, not the United States, not Finland, Sweden, any other country, can deliver for its people if it lives in constant fear of aggression. That's why we've all got a stake in ensuring that President Putin's war of aggression against Ukraine continues to be a strategic failure. In his New Year's address to the Finnish people, President Niinisto identified one of the fundamental flaws of President Putin's plan to swiftly conquer Ukraine, a flaw that also doomed Stalin's plan to swiftly conquer Finland. As President Niinisto said, and I quote, "As leaders of a country under authoritarian rule, Stalin and Putin failed to recognize that people living in a free country have their own will and convictions, and that a nation that works together constitutes an immense force." Finns have a word for that fierce combination of will and determination, sisu.
Yo, it's the movie. Let's go, dude. He about to fucking...
in the struggle of Ukrainians today.
Dude.
And when a free people like the Ukrainians have at their backs the support...
I have a word for that. Satana.
...of free nations around the world, nations who recognize their faiths and freedoms, their rights and security, are inextricably bound together. The force they possess is not merely immense, it is unstoppable. Thank you very much.
Dude, this was all an ad to that movie, dude? Holy shit. We just watched a 36-minute Sisu ad. God. Holy shit. That's insane, bro. What the fuck? Dude, what the fuck?
There are...
Damn, dude. Alright. What is this? Is this a meme? It is a meme.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Bro, we just finished eating pizza. There you go, bro. Open that, bro. There you go, bro. Open that, bro.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose. Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Bro, we just finished eating pizza.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose.
You used all the megabytes? Dude, goddamn it.
There are probably thousands of drones in Ukraine.
Why is he dressed like... He unironically looks like a villain from John Wick.
Guys, at any given moment. Just last night, before filming this episode, Russia launched over 50 so-called suicide drones at the Ukrainian capital Kyiv. It was the 15th attack only in May, so everybody has been sleeping not as deep as they would have hoped. But that won't stop us from bringing you this, the Drone Wars 2.0. A while back in our first drones episode, we gave you a first impression of the most common types of drones and their purposes in the Ukraine war. Most of you by now will have seen footage of how drones operate on the battlefield, the purpose they serve, and also what dangers they bring. But who are the people behind this development, and what maybe new technologies and ideas can we expect to see in the future? Well, you're about to get a small insight. Welcome to Talking Tactics, where this week we went to an event hosted by the Army of Drones Initiative, where Ukrainian designers and developers come together to showcase their latest products. The Army of Drones hosts this event around every 4 weeks, with over 80 different developers taking part in rotation. Before the practical demonstration, the 15 companies that were there on that day got a chance to present their products, gave some basic statistics, and answer questions. It's really a quite diverse and mixed group of people you will see there. There are larger aviation companies present like Jupiter, and smaller local developers that basically have a more backyard MacGyver approach and budget. The aviation company Jupiter, which was founded in 2014 by Ukrainian, German, and Slovakian engineers, introduced their new Hunter series. The Hunter drones differ in size, range, and payload. The concept behind all these drones is the same, however. The people at Jupiter told us that they realized that to win the war, attacking logistical infrastructure is key, and that's exactly what they designed their drones for. The Hunter 1 is specialized in neutralizing trucks, the Hunter 2 railway infrastructure, the Hunter 3 stationary logistics hubs like depots and warehouses, and the Hunter 4 airfields, specifically runways. It can carry a payload of around 50 kilograms, which in theory is enough to take out a tank. The drones are hybrids. They have wings and a frontal propeller, so they can fly like an airplane, or like the more known Turkish Bayraktar, but they're also quadricopters, allowing them to do vertical starts and landings, as well as hover in mid-air, which is useful both for attacking and reconnaissance. Another company that requested to stay anonymous represents the more backyard MacGyver approach. But it would be unwise to underestimate the power of simplicity, as such drones have incredible advantages apart from being a lot cheaper to produce. They presented 2 of their first-person view suicide drones, the AH-7 and the AH-10. Obviously, if you use it to attack, it's a one-time thing, so their goal is to mass-produce 500 of these small drones every month. They're very compact, with 2 of them easily fitting into one backpack. From arriving at the position, the drone can be up in the air in around a minute. It's very resistant against rain and mud and can be launched directly from the trenches. It can carry up to 3 kilograms, and even if it loses one of its propellers, it's still operational. Its small size also makes it good for reaching more narrow and difficult targets like dugouts or trenches. It also has a stealth mode, and this brings us to a really central aspect of drone development nowadays: spoofing. Because one big problem is so-called GPS spoofing, and electronic warfare is really one of the strong points of the Russian army. To spoof a drone is to use a radio transmitter, which emits basically a phony GPS signal. And as most navigation systems, also those of drones, they're programmed to detect and cling on to the strongest GPS signal they can find. It's basically an automatism. And the fake spoof signal, which is often stronger because it is broadcast via transmitter from a much shorter distance, overrides the original satellite signal. In simple words, it's stealing, because not only does this trick the drone into thinking that it's in a different place than it actually is, but you can use spoofing to redirect the drone's flight path. What can you do to protect yourself from spoofing? The company Autel Flight Technology has a couple of solutions. They represent kind of the middle range between the small, cheaper suicide drones we showed earlier and larger scale aviation companies like Jupiter. They have been producing quadcopters since 2014. The model they presented at the Army of Drones event was the Evo Max 4T, originally a commercial drone which was customized for the military via their specific requirements. It can operate on 4 different frequencies. In addition, it can be switched into GNSS mode, which means it stops receiving GPS signals. The only signal it emits is to the control unit, so there's only...
I was about to say, what if you just cross-reference the position of the controller versus the drone?
Direct connection between the drone and the operator. Also, the drone uses visual points of reference via its camera and connects them to the map data stored in the device. So although it might sound contradictory, you can imagine it like an offline map with its own live street view. Its most distinguished feature is the camera, however. Thermal imagery, 50x zoom. The controller is in full HD, and it's operated by its own homegrown Autel app, which helps to protect it against any kind of electronic intrusion. You also have a stable signal of up to a distance of around 9.2 kilometers. The Evo Max 4T's camera can also differentiate between humans, cars, and buildings. That's not all, it can also recognize camo, meaning it sees the difference between civilians and military personnel in vehicles. The whole package costs around $10,000 US. Anyway, that's it for this week. We hope you enjoyed this video and you got some new insights into some cutting-edge Ukrainian technology. Please let us know in the comments.
That's pretty cool, damn.
Начальник Объединенного комитета начальников штабов США Милли заявил, что Украине не удастся военным путем вернуть территории, о которых мечтает Киев. А без побед ВСУ не победят и ЛГБТ. Это не шутка. Слова боевого трансгендера Эштон Цирилла, который воевал за Зеленского.
For Zelensky personally.
Прошлым летом Зеленский заявил, что поддерживает закон о гражданских партнерствах для однополых пар. Позже украинские законодатели одобрили законопроект о регулировании СМИ, который запретит разжигание ненависти и подстрекательства на основе сексуальной ориентации и гендерной идентичности. Зеленский, бывший актер и комик, широко упомянул о правах ЛГБТ и интерсексуалов в своем видеовыступлении на Золотом Глобусе в этом году. Посол Украины в США Оксана Маркарова во время мероприятия 26 января в округе Колумбия, посвященного украинским военнослужащим ЛГБТК, поддержала Киев Прайд и другие ЛГБТК-группы по защите прав интерсексуалов на Украине. Эта победа поможет укрепить ЛГБТ-сообщество во всем мире, потому что станет на одну страну меньше, где могут преследоваться члены ЛГБТК, добавил Эштон Чирилла. Мы собираемся нанести русским оккупантам революционное поражение, так что самой России придется заглянуть внутрь себя в отношении ошибок, которые они совершили с правами человека, и понять, что цена, которую они платят, очень высока.
Интересная ситуация складывается в том числе на Украине из-за вот этих персонажей, потому что не выдержал даже запрещенный террористический батальон «Правый сектор», выступил с официальным заявлением, что мы не поддерживаем однополые браки. В общем, есть им там чем заняться.
Oh yeah, they did?
Теперь спрашивает, вот теперь все...
No video of that?
Крыло это, Эштон, я не знаю, он, она, что это такое, вот. Но причем вы же слышали заявление. Оно собирается воевать, во-первых, за то, чтобы на Украине победила ЛГБТ, и чтобы Россию сделать тоже такое. То есть вот за что они там воюют.
Bro, Russia's already been fucked in the ass. How more gay can you be? It's already over. What do you...
Правый сектор уже никто не спрашивает. Ваше дело уже 10-е, потому что планируют, операцию. Кто? Виктория Нуланд прямо, честно сказала.
Боевые трансбандеровцы.
Да, то есть вот...
Damn.
Они не...
He mentioned Victoria Nuland too.
Не скрывает.
This is what they talk about every day. It's fucking boring cringe. Alright, we're gonna get our meme or what, dude? What's happening in this video?
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
This video is fucked. It's not working. This video in particular. Why? Oh.
Hello everyone, this is your daily dose of internet.
Bro, just Damn.
These guys in the Philippines found a tree that appeared to be leaking water. It was actually a bunch of cicadas that were all peeing at the same time.
They're pissing on you, dude.
This athlete pulled off a 5,000 IQ move to avoid getting touched. This guy has sleep apnea and randomly fell asleep while eating.
She actually looked. Are you serious?
Ivan.
She pretended that she saw a mouse to scare him.
Oh, the sheens. Bruh.
All these students snuck into their teacher's house at 1 a.m. This
What
is
the
her
fuck?
at 6 a.m. finding them there.
Good morning, little bunnies. How many? Oh my god.
This guy turned himself into a custom video
It's horrible. I would stop my teaching career right there.
game character. A few years ago, this guy threw some ice cubes on the ground and then pretended to fall. His goal was to pretend to get hurt so that he could get a payout from his insurance. He was eventually arrested a few months later.
He was arrested?
I have a question for you. Did you go to Nautilus for middle school?
I saw this video. It's like a fucking million-year-old video.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
I'm sorry to see you there. I always wondered what happened to you, sir.
Oh my goodness.
Got super embarrassed, huh?
This is the nicest.
Yeah, this is the guy. He says, I remember when you were white. I can't believe you that you wanted to sleep on ice cream.
Middle school.
Oh my goodness.
Mr. Booth, I hope you were able to change your ways. Good luck to you.
After spending 10 months in jail, he managed to avoid crime and is now a manager for a pharmaceutical company.
He's working for Big Pharma and he avoided crime? What do you mean by that?
Eh?
Huh?
Hey!
Huh?
Ah, okay.
This duck isn't afraid of anything.
It's the spinning skull. I've seen those TikToks with the spinning skull. I mean,
This
they can
mama
fly. What is it afraid of? What it could be afraid of? It can fucking fly.
Claire lost her baby, and these wildlife experts helped them reunite.
She had to like throw it like that, really?
The seal just woke up from surgery and was in a goofy mood.
Just throw it there.
That is the end of this video. We hope you.
Wow.
Remember all the things that we say, yeah? Correct yourself. Чисто.
Чисто.
In the flat of your hand, okay, in the web, and you hold it tight, okay?
Коли ви готуєтесь кидати, ви впираєте.
Ліво, право, назад, чисто, okay?
Many of these that we see here have returned from the front line. They've been in Bakhmut, they've been in Avdiivka, they've been in Luhansk, and other places around Donetsk, Kupiansk, here in Kharkiv. But they can't be out of the country for too long. They are literally coming back for 1 or 2 weeks training and then going straight back to the front line. It's refresher courses like this that are helping them hone their skills and bring themselves up to a NATO standard, which is expected.
Yeah, but you can also like fucking tell other dudes what you've been through and what worked for you and what they can use.
Give him to somebody else.
Yeah, we're interested how you would do that if he would be live.
Some Ukrainian soldiers have been trained by NATO countries outside of Ukraine, in Britain, such as those lucky enough to attend Interflex. But ultimately, not every Ukrainian can go through that. That's why training centres like this are vital. So at the moment, we're watching Ukrainians prepare combat medics, something that is vital if they're looking to carry out a counter-offensive.
Тактична перезарядка. Позиція 3.
Damn. Orcs are on suicide watch.
Hello, beautiful community. We're going to steal probably about a quarter of an hour of your time to talk about that bit to the left, to the west of Moscow, Rublovka, where a lot of the recent drones, Ukraine
Rublovka is like the
orchestrated,
rich.
And why some people on Russian social media celebrated that, even though
Don't
they
worry, all
support
the footage
regime.
was reviewed.
So even in Z Radicals, that kind of celebration happened. What's that about? How does that work? And then we'll say a little bit about the Russian propaganda reaction in a couple of days following the drone.
The turning on each other. That was
and
beautiful.
Will give us a very, very quick, just 2 or 3 minute update about where Russian propaganda is up to today relative to where it was at the beginning of the war. Now, Rublovka is a bit to the west of Moscow, and within that bit there are smaller bits, and these smaller bits are broken down into little villages. Now, as you look at that bit to the west of Moscow and think about entering the smaller bits, what it would look like is something like this. I haven't lived in Moscow since the Soviet period, but I have visited up until the late 2010s. So at first there may be a checkpoint to enter one of the bits within this little bit within this little region.
Little
That would
bit,
feel very weird
titty,
to us
itty.
Westerners, because what are you trying to say? You've made a bit of the outskirts of the city semi-private? What are you talking about? But some of these bits within bits will require a permit, or at least saying the right thing. And so once we're in, there would then be a bunch of little villages within that bit, and each village may have a little
bit
cabin and an armed person there, maybe with a German Shepherd. And then you get through that, and then you're through to where the residences are, and probably each residence then will have a further little checkpoint with its own guard and maybe somebody who's armed or some German Shepherds. So if you wanted to storm that, you may need military backup. And of course, there's the perception that a lot of the people who have been inappropriately elevated by this regime are beneficiaries of
FSB can suck my
corruption, or at least
fucking
deeply suspicious
balls,
advantage
bruh.
are there. And it's very important at this point to recognize that with Russian opposition politicians,
they left.
particularly with Mr. Navalny, his domestic message has always been much more popular than his foreign policy message. Right? His anti-Putin foreign policy message is not done as well as his anti-corruption domestic message. There's plenty of resentment there.
They didn't
But it's
like
worth
that.
saying something about the type of resentment that it is. Let's do a little detour here. I hope not to lose you, or I might lose you. A very beautiful man called John Rawls died just over 20 years ago, and he worked for a couple of decades on a book that came out in the early 70s called A Theory of Justice. And what that book actually is as a cultural object in sort of US political history, it's a kind of intensification and distillation of what America thinks about how it might organize its economics and politics in terms of the values of justice and fairness. And Rawls was often criticized wrongly by people who said, well, even if your theory is sort of constructive and applies to the United States, and I don't want to say that it does. In fact, John Rawls comes from a radically different philosophical background to myself, and I find his work very alien, but admirable. But Rawls would often be told, well, hang on, what would happen if we took your stuff and tried to apply it to Syria or Iraq? It would look embarrassing. And that was often always a misunderstanding of Rawls, because he said, look, the kind of story I've written only applies to societies that already have a shared sense of fairness. And that capacity for cooperation that comes from that. That's a social fact. It's not a philosophical problem. If you don't have it, the kind of conversation I'm trying to have doesn't apply. In his language, that would be, you've presented me with a society that is outside the range of application of my theory. And what I want to say is that Russia radically lacks a shared sense of fairness. I want to explain what that means. Because I believe that the United States, which is bitterly divided, toxically divided, in a way that is existential to US democracy. And in fact, US democracy is both enormously robust and very sick at the same time. And it's only able to be as sick as it is while remaining a democracy because it is so robust. But even Americans who feel themselves to be not political opponents but enemies are still talking to each other in terms of a shared sense of fairness. They're just saying, your conception of fairness, for us both to supposedly share in, is so dangerous that it will destroy our country. And the response back comes, no, your conception is so dangerous that it will destroy our country. If I were to share in yours, and I know you've just said the same back to me, but if I were to share in yours, that would end our country. That toxic disagreement, in which indeed my relationship with my opponent and my enemy has lapsed, right, beyond what is democratically healthy. We're not feeling we are on the same side, even in a procedural way. There is still some sense of a shared sense of fairness there, nevertheless, because we're debating about what that thing should be. In Russia, the population, right, is at a stage prior to that. There is just no shared sense of fairness. So the reaction to these folks on Rublovka is resentment that is prior to considerations of fairness and justice. So it's not the feeling, oh my God, this is so unjust. It's just, I resent these buggers and that's it. And that's an important distinction. I hope it comes through a bit because it really helps us grasp this scale of depoliticization that we often engage with. Now, another broad remark about how Moscow is seen. This is not just Rublovka, this is all of Moscow. And of course, Moscow contains so many bits that are very poor and disadvantaged. Still.
More bits?
But Moscow is still a country within a country compared to the rest of Russia. And there's generally a hatred toward all of Moscow, not just the privileged bits out of town. And so before the war, when you saw the National Guard, which would often be taken from little different townships, went to Moscow, would come to Moscow to suppress anti-regime protests. There'd be a kind of glee in their batoning of people on the heads because they think, oh, these Muscovites are getting it. And even I'd go as far as saying that...
so it's intentional, the hatred between them. Oh, if this intentional hatred is going to backfire, it's going to be hilarious.
Russian soldiers who come from these extraordinarily depleted, desolate townships all over the country, that they would have had a kind of glee in committing some of the war crimes they committed in Ukraine, in Moscow. So that there would have been some motivation to do a Bucha in Moscow. Now, a quick remark about Prigozhin stoking this sort of resentment toward these privileged Russians. Prigozhin is trying to steal not just the devices for political mobilization that typically Z radicals use, is also trying to steal a little bit from Navalny. And this is a point that the Russian commentator Vladimir Pasterkov has made. It sounds controversial, but it isn't. But Navalny's sort of anti-corruption message is something that Prigozhin is trying to incorporate. Obviously, he can't incorporate any of Navalny's liberal and democratic stories, but he's trying to steal this. So that's interesting, and that was part of his diatribe after the drones hit. Now, let me say a little bit about where Russian propaganda is at. I've noted to myself that I want to say 5 things to you, but about 3 of them we'll just skip through.
It was very easy to attack. He was doing that before the drones too. He was constantly saying that Shoigu, Gerasimov, they sit in their fucking offices with the fucking oak tables and marbled floors, already saying that they're like elite, whatever, right? And then the fucking elite part of Moscow, already elite city inside Russia, is getting hit, and he's like, there you go, this was gonna happen to you.
It'll be just a refresher mention, but a couple I might dwell on a bit more. Actually, before I say these 5, I've forgotten, of course, I should say something about the specific propaganda response to the drones. And the propaganda response has primarily been normalization, focusing on how well the attack was handled, and nearly transparently an anticipation of the fact that there are going to be other bigger attacks, and because of that, this one should not be traumatized. So they were saying, oh, this is nothing, we responded very well, and we shouldn't freak out about any of this. They were saying this in a way that made transparent the fact that the thought is more than available to them, that much worse is going to come, and they're going to have to try to normalize that. So this is not a time to freak out, this is not a time to go and
don't worry, it's going to be worse.
Nuclear capabilities and do nuclear blackmail. Nuclear blackmail might be back with a vengeance if Ukraine does well in the counteroffensive. So
there was some nuclear blackmail
say, but that's enough for the moment about the propaganda.
Piece of shit like smaller fries officials.
Now, 5 quick points about Russian propaganda and where it's at, just to refresh us. There's one key change that's happened since the propaganda video we made on the main channel over a year ago. And that is that Putin's postmodern propaganda has gone a little bit Soviet, in the sense that it's partly moved from being post-truth propaganda to being alternate reality propaganda. The alternate reality propaganda tries to persuade you that something that's false is true and that you should believe it. Alternate reality propaganda tries to make you doubt everything, including itself, leading to apathy and depoliticization. And that partial shift to alternate reality propaganda from postmodern propaganda, post-truth propaganda, indicates Putin's conservative but very engaged balancing of politicization versus depoliticization of the Russian population, and his sense that he doesn't fully control this process. But what that's an indication of is that if things go well, Putin wants to move toward a very big conflict with the West in the late 2020s, perhaps, with a very big military and political mobilization of society, but he knows he can't do that too early. And some of the propaganda we're seeing aimed at Russian kids, school system, is about that. There is now a partial return to the Soviet-style propaganda. Two, as always, the Russians are waiting for the West and Ukraine to experience more problems rather than feeling that there's much they can do themselves. That's not just so with the war and the West's and Putin's expectation that the West tires, right? Putin wants to get to 2024, 2025 with the West having partly given up on Ukraine. Even at propaganda level, there is the same kind of reliance on Western fatigue. What do I mean by that? What the Russians are partly relying on is the Ukrainian informational message getting stuck. And they believe that will happen with the counteroffensive. They believe that most of Ukraine's sort of exit strategies out of this crisis, and particularly their Plan A strategy, which is breaking the land bridge to Crimea and maybe causing enough destabilization of the Putin regime to see a regime change in Russia. Once that runs aground, the Russians feel, with modest gains only in the counteroffensive, that's what they hope for, there will be a kind of fatigue.
But we won't stop, right? Like, let's say our counteroffensive fails. We'll try to attack on their soil. If that fails, we'll try to kill Putin. We'll always try to find a way, and we will.
With Ukraine's informational politics and the perception that Ukrainian informational politics is no longer adequate to the reality we face. And they're partly just, the Russians are partly just sitting there and so waiting for Ukrainian informational politics to run aground. Three, they are continuing to do something we don't talk about often enough, actually, and that is seed conflict within the Russian opposition. Four, we won't talk about this now, they're continuing to engage the...
If the counterattack succeeds, it depends on how well it succeeds. Do you think that Putin is going to start losing territories that he owned prior to this war? And like there's going to be no problems with him and the elite? I don't think so.
Non-Western world, right? Because, of course, Russia is more politically isolated.
Not necessarily.
Russia is more economically isolated. Russia is more politically isolated at the moment than it is economically isolated, but even its political isolation is partial, and they're trying to make it even more partial than it is. And five, they're continuing to seed conflict in our democracies and toxicify all the things that make us fight with each other and dramatize those. That'll do for today. Lots of love. Talk soon.
That'll do, pig. All right. Okay. All right. Okay, all right, okay. All right, okay, all right. Okay, all right. Okay. Prigozhin accused the representative Ministry of Defense of the Russian of mining retreat routes. Yeah, we heard that. Russian news channels are now apparently starting to receive ready-to-read scripts, in this case about what's happening in Belgorod.
Сообщение снова приходит из приграничных населенных пунктов региона. Сегодня под обстрелом оказалась окраина Борисовского села городок. Вологодское село Новопетровка сегодня тоже попало под огонь ВСУ. Есть разрушения, к счастью, обошлось без пострадавших. Но самая тяжелая ситуация в Шебекино. Ночью по городу был
Do I have to translate this? You kind of get it, right?
нанесен массированный удар.
Вот такая вот история. Она не закончится ни сегодня, ни завтра. Скорее всего, и завтра эта тема будет в эфире. Скорее всего, и послезавтра эта тема будет в эфире. Они завтра, к сожалению, будут обстреливать нашу Белгородскую область. Любой обыватель, читая новость, про то, что террористы пытались прорваться на территорию России при поддержке танков.
They really like to call it like terrorists. They really avoid anything that is like related to war whatsoever.
Он задает вопрос, это что ж за террористы такие на танках, извините меня? А почему террористов на танках не расстреляли с воздуха неуправляемыми ракетами или не сбросили на них планирующую бомбу?
They lost all of their half-ton guided bombs in the fucking Belgrade already, so they can try and dig that out.
Полутонную, чтобы от этих танков не осталось ничего, кроме воронки дымящейся. Вот и все. Поэтому, да, к сожалению, тема продолжится и завтра.
Oh, maybe you'll have more topics like Kursk, you know, Moscow.
Так же, как война продолжится и завтра. Она надолго. Она не закончится через месяц, через полгода. Никто этих иллюзий не строит. Но это точно не станет никакой нормальностью. Война не может превратиться в нормальность. Война не может превратиться...
Ты даун, блядь, ты грязь ебаная, блядь, русак вонючий, блядь, я твою мать ебал, батю ебал, сестру твою ебал, блядь, даже твою собаку нахуй ебал, съебался отсюда, блядь.
В нечто там, находящееся на заднем фоне, там, на дальних границах, нет, не получится. Все уже привыкли к тому, что она с нами вот здесь, родная.
Alright, fuck you, bitch. Go fuck yourself. Enjoy getting bombed. Damn. What's up with the bots? What's up with that? Опа. Fuck, he posted a documentary, but it's no subs. It's with the head of the office. Yermak. He's a strong, he's a loyal, you know. But it has no English subs. I'm sure they're gonna, he adds them tomorrow, or like they will add them a little bit later, so we'll watch it tomorrow instead. All right, let me check my my favorite. Where's that cool ass dude? That historian dude. Maybe we'll watch like a video. Seems like you enjoyed the translation that we watched last time. Yeah? Okay, let's okay, he's talking about explaining to a Russian who's Bandera. That may be interesting. I have 4 unbanned requests.
Привет.
Says hello.
Привет.
Hello.
О чем общаешься?
What do you talk about here?
На разные темы.
Different subjects. Oh my god, why are they all fucking so dumb, bro? Different subjects. Nobody. Have you noticed that, by the way? Nobody, like, people talk shit out of their ass so fucking often. They have no specifics, always general terms. They never have any kind of substantiation to what they say. It's fucking horrible to listen to. I was listening to a discussion Destiny had with some viewer or whatever. He joined his fucking stream, and then he was saying, like, you know, pharma really funds the FDA. FDA receives money from pharma's pocket, so there's conflict of interest there. And I'm like, what? What the fuck is he talking about? Another fucking big pharma fucking moron? And he says, well, yeah, you see, FDA receives fees for patents that they give. So like a pharmaceutical company has to pay a fee in order to get a patent approved. And Destiny did not push on this, but I immediately asked myself a question. How the fuck do you get a payment for approving something? So I Googled it, and it's not true. FDA gets a fee to review the pharmaceutical thing for review, and then they will decide if it gets approved or denied. There's no conflict of interest there, okay? FDA could potentially deny the pharmaceutical 50 times and get 50 the fees. So, it's fucking dumbass. Just talking out of their fucking ass. Mobilization Force General Update. Ukraine main military intelligence director reported that Russian officials are building 2 massive facilities in Kursk city and Rostov-on-Don to sort and store dead Russian soldiers retrieved from front lines in Ukraine. Oh, they started... gonna need more buildings soon. They started... are they starting to take their dead from the fields? Damn, son. So...
Вот одну-две.
All right, so he says, what kind of subjects you talk about? He says, general, all of the subjects. He says, okay, 1-2 subjects.
Одну-две. На профессиональные темы
Professionally,
иногда с теми, кто очень хочет, общаюсь о политике.
I talk about politics, maybe sport sometime. Are you understand politics on professional level? No, I'm a doctor. I see that you look like a doctor. And you, who you work, what do you work as? I'm a history guy, history tutor, teacher. Where are you from? From Kiev region. I'm from Khabarovsk, Far East Russia. What can we talk about? Man, one guy is just so fucking loud.
Ну, о политике не хотелось бы.
Well, wouldn't like to talk about politics. Why not?
Слушай, хорошо, тогда
Okay.
можно тогда, смотри, вопрос на стыке.
Let's talk about something like history /
Политики
politics.
и профессиональных моментов.
Твоих или моих?
Да и на самом деле и тех, и других. Все
На
как
стыке
бы...
политики, истории, медицины? Это интересно. Давай.
Нет, к медицине никак, к медицине никакого. Да.
Я понял.
Вот. Ага. Вот вопрос к тебе как
To you as a
преподаватель.
As a teacher of history.
Почему?
Why?
Опять же, как бы смотри, если я сейчас ошибусь, то как бы, ты
Listen,
меня
if I'm gonna
поправь.
be wrong,
Просто,
you
опять
just
же, я не знаю,
correct me.
где нам пропаганда врет,
I don't
где
know where
говорит правду.
propaganda lies to
Я
us and where it says the
не
truth.
особо доверяю всем этим
I
моментам.
don't trust
Стараюсь проверять,
anything.
короче. Почему
Why
герой Украины
hero
Степан
of
Бандера,
Ukraine
а не
is
Ковпак?
Stepan Bandera, but not Kovpak?
Смотри, у нас
Okay,
героев
listen.
Украины
We have heroes of
человек
Ukraine,
700
maybe like
за последние
700
30
people
лет
in the past 30 years.
Из
Okay?
этих человек
Out of
700,
these 700
человек
people,
600
about
это
600
вообще
of them,
неизвестно кто.
it's like we don't even know who they are.
Это какие-то там
This is some
приближенные
people who were
президенту,
close to the
какие-то там
president,
ещё
some
какая-то,
magnates,
извини за мой
some
французский,
and
шелупень.
some
Слушай,
dog
короче.
shit, basically.
Совершенно верно. Потому что раздавалось это
So
звание
because
направо и
they were
налево.
giving heroes of Ukraine
Потому что это
left and right.
прерогатива, по-моему, президента Украины.
I think it's a prerogative of the president of Ukraine, so who wanted, he
У
gave.
нас там есть вот у нас в Киевской области
In
при
Kiev
Кучме
region,
заведовал
Uh,
Засуха.
when Kuchma was the president, there was a guy, Zasucha, who was the head of the region.
Он после
And
помаранчевой революции
after,
убежал к вам в Россию.
after Orange Revolution, he ran to Russia.
А жена его
And his
возглавляет
wife
у меня тут рядом село
is the
Ковалівка.
head of the village Kovalivka nearby.
Она возглавляет это село. Она герой Украины.
She's the head of the village. She's the hero of Ukraine.
За что ей
For
дали?
why the fuck she is the hero
До
of
сих пор
Ukraine?
понять не могу.
I have no
Поэтому это
idea.
звание
So
настолько обесценено.
this title is devalued so
Как-то
much
серьезно
that
обсуждать
seriously
не
discussing
имеет
it
смысла.
is
Если ты
pointless.
хотел спросить,
But if you would
ну,
like
как я
to ask,
отношусь там к
what do
Степане
I think
Бандере,
about
это, допустим,
Bandera, that's a
второй вопрос.
different question.
А звание Героя
But the hero of
Украины, я думаю, что у
Ukraine,
вас тоже
I don't
звание
think.
Героя России
I am
тоже
sure you have hero of Russia, which is the same
обесценено
fucking
до
bullshit.
нуля на сегодняшний день.
Ну, не совсем
Well,
до нуля.
not exactly
Ну,
zero.
близко к
Well, it's close to zero, right?
Спорно, но опять же, я не владею информацией настолько, чтобы вести диалог.
I don't
Я
know,
Ну, ты ж понимаешь, что
honestly,
тоже у вас
but
раздают
you
эти
understand
звания
that they probably give these things left and
как
right.
бы каким-то...
Блядь, вы русаки, вы заебали нахуй, мы еще не всех вас перебили нахуй. Ты, поц ебаный, блядь, хули ты у меня в чате базаришь, блядь, срань ебаная, блядь. Твою мать ебал. Свалил нахуй, блядь, русак. Holy shit.
приближенным халуям очень часто.
Ну, есть такое. Глупо об этом спорить.
Да, поэтому как бы у нас такое же самое было. Поэтому же сейчас многие выступают, что нужно это звание убрать, потому что это
A
какая-то...
lot of people are talking that this hero of Ukraine thing needs to be gone because this was a value, very devalue. Wait, what is he talking about?
Глупо об этом спорить.
Да, поэтому как бы у нас такое же самое было. Поэтому же сейчас многие выступают, что нужно это звание убрать, потому что это какая-то отрыжка совка. Вот. И
It's some barf from post-USSR.
Нету ни в одной стране, кроме постсоветских стран,
not a single
такого
country.
звания. Ну там во Франции там есть орден почетного легиона.
Not a single country has like hero of a country, except the post-Soviet countries.
Там. В каждой стране есть своя
Every country has some order
наградная
and system, but we have this some
При
Soviet stuff.
Советском Союзе непонятно, кого награждали званием Героя Советского Союза.
During the Soviet Union, everyone received Hero of Soviet
И тут то
Union,
же самое.
and it's the same thing here.
Поэтому как бы
So,
в чем суть твоего вопроса?
What is the point of your question?
Хорошо, ладно, я понял. Хорошо, давай тогда, если слово герой, если убрать,
If we remove
то,
the word hero,
ну, опять же, я просто тоже, конечно, непрофессионально все-таки
I'm
интересовался
not
Украиной, и мне всегда
professional
казалось, потому
historian,
что
of course, but I always thought
допустим, Богдан
that
Хмельницкий и
Bogdan
Ковпак
Khmelnytsky
сделали
and
для
Kovpak did
Украины
for
гораздо больше,
Ukraine
чем
way
Степан
more than
Бандера.
Stepan Bandera.
Прав я или нет?
Am I correct
Я
or
думаю,
not?
что несколько ты не прав.
I don't think you're
Но награждать
right.
Богдана Хмельницкого
Well,
званием Героя Украины
giving Bogdan Khmelnytsky Hero of Ukraine is pointless.
Не, подожди. Если
This motherfucker lived when we didn't really have Ukraine as a
убрать
country.
Героя Украины, убрать.
Well, let's remove Hero of Ukraine. You mean just like a
Ну, то есть
reward?
просто, опять же, ну, как бы, опять же, то есть, смотри, то есть...
The Gaia band had support Ukraine. We can always ask for unban and because I called him Russian. Why the fuck he's talking Russian?
Смотри, ну, поясню, то есть, если бы на...
I'll give him another chance. I'll unban him.
всех флагах там, и так далее, то есть, не знаю, распевали бы...
Якщо ти не русак їбаний, якого хуя ти в мене розмовляєш російською мовою в чаті, блядь? Ніякої, блядь, московицької.
Песни про Богдана Хмельницкого, по мне было бы абсолютно все понятно. Богдан Хмельницкий, Сагайдачный, без спора. Ковпак, я тоже считаю.
I mean, it says Ukrainian, like, what? Whatever.
Почему ты считаешь? Ковпак был героем
So,
Советского
Kovpak was the hero of Soviet Union.
Он делал все
He did
возможное,
everything
чтобы
he
Украина
could
оставалась
so that
в
Ukraine
составе
would stay in
Советского
Soviet Union.
Советского Союза
Soviet
нет
Union
30 лет.
does not
Понимаешь,
exist for
ситуация
30 years.
поменялась.
The
Если мы
situation is
были с
different.
тобой жили бы в
If we would
Совке
live
сейчас,
with
ну,
you
что был
in
бы
Soviet
Советский
Union,
было бы понятно,
we
что
would
для
understand
Советского
that
Союза
during
Ковпак
Soviet
есть
Union,
герой.
Kovpak was the
Потому что человек
hero
работал
because
на
the
эту
person was
систему.
working for this
Но Советского
system.
Союза нет.
But there's no Soviet Union for 30
Как он
years
может быть
already.
героем
How can he
Украины,
be
если
hero
он
of
делал все
Ukraine if
возможное,
he did
чтобы
everything
Украина была в составе
for
Советского
Ukraine to
Союза?
stay in Soviet Union?
А Бандера, в
And
отличие
Bandera
делал все возможное,
did
чтобы
everything he
Украина была
can
независимым
so that Ukraine would be
государством. Ему
a
это не удалось,
separate,
конечно.
independent government.
Но
Да,
Украина
хорошо.
независимым государством. Ему это не удалось, конечно. Но
Да,
Украина
хорошо.
независимое государство.
In Ukraine is independent
Понимаешь, и те люди,
government. You
которые
understand? So the people
работали на
that worked for the
независимость, они как бы
independence,
приветствуются. А те, которые
we liked them.
работали на
And
то,
people
чтобы
who
Украина оставалась в Советском
worked so
Союзе,
we would stay in Soviet
мы
Union,
переоцениваем их деятельность.
we
Понятно.
don't like them that
Хорошо,
much.
тогда смотри, встречный вопрос.
So, okay, another question.
Партизанские действия против фашистской Германии со стороны Ковпака,
against fascist Germany from the side of
они
Kovpak.
каким образом были против незалежности
How they were against the independence of Ukraine.
Они не были против
They
независимости.
weren't against
Они были
independence of
за
Ukraine.
то,
They were
чтобы они
for
помогали советской армии.
that
А советская
we
армия — это
would
армия
help
Советского
Soviet
Союза.
army, and
Я
Soviet
прошу
army is the
прощения,
army
а
of
в
Soviet
советской армии
Union.
служили украинцы?
Sorry, but were the Ukrainians in Soviet army? Of
Служили,
course,
как и многие.
as many
Подожди,
other
у меня
nations.
сразу тогда, опять же,
So
кстати, вопрос,
then
просто
I
я,
have another question.
смотри,
Давайте
опять же,
сразу
насколько...
скажу.
I'll
А
tell
у
you
них
right
был
away.
выбор не служить.
Did they have a option not to serve?
Они призывались по призыву.
They were conscripted.
У них выбора не было.
They had no choice.
Как это философски?
What do you
У них
mean it's a
выбора не было.
philosophical? They had no
Ну,
choice.
это все-таки
This is
вопрос
this
философский.
is a
Опять же,
philosophical
смотри,
question.
если брать,
Listen,
например,
if we
УПА,
take
украинскую повстанческую армию,
Ukraine resistance group, which Bandera was the head of,
и часть
it's called UPA.
РККА, то в процентном
And in
соотношении
percentage,
украинцев РККА, то есть
Конечно,
это
было
было
больше. Так вот и
не
причина.
просто
there was more Ukrainians.
не просто больше, не
Совершенно
просто
верно.
больше, а там 95,5%, не просто больше.
Так я ж
Это-
тебе объясняю,
I'm trying to
что
explain,
УПА
listen.
не проводила мобилизации. Не
Ukrainian partisan movement did not have
проводила.
mobilization. Do you
В УПА
understand?
люди шли
In
добровольно.
UPA,
Те
people
люди,
went
которые хотели
on
видеть
their own
Украину
volition. They
независимой.
wanted to have the
Советскую
Ukraine as being an independent nation.
армию.
In
У них
Soviet
выбора
army,
не
they had
было. Они
no
были мобилизированы.
choice. They were
А если брать
mobilized.
конкретные
If we
данные,
take
например, за
specific
41
data
год,
about, for
а я
example,
тебе
1941,
как историк скажу,
and I'll
то
tell you as a
мобилизация
historian,
в
then the
советской
mobilization
Украине в
in
41
Soviet
году,
Ukraine
когда
in
немцы напали
41,
на Советский
when
Союз,
Germans
она
attacked
была
Soviet
сорвана.
Union, it was failed.
То есть в военкоматы
So
пошло от 10
conscripted
до
of
30%
conscripted officers received 10
призывников.
to 30% of
До 70%
conscripted.
призывников
70% of
убегали,
people
не
ran
хотели
away.
идти
They
в
didn't
советскую
want to
армию.
join
Это
Soviet
реальные
army.
цифры,
That's real
Нет,
numbers.
я буду благодарен за
I would-
исторический документ, который
If you can prove me,
Ну,
это
сейчас я тебе
listen,
не
I
приведу,
can't
конечно, исторического
prove,
документа.
I can
Есть
give you
куча
any document
исторических
right now.
работ на эту
There's
тематику,
a bunch of works regarding this theme,
где четко показывается цифра.
where exactly they
о том,
show
что мобилизация
numbers that
была
mobilization
В
did not
42
work.
году
In
мобилизации в
42,
Украине не было,
mobilization in Ukraine did not
потому что
happen
Украина была
because Ukraine
оккупирована
was occupied
немцами.
by Germans.
Мобилизация
And
началась в
mobilization
Украине,
happened
когда
in Ukraine
после Курской дуги победы начали
after Kurska Duha, the victory of Red
освобождение
Army.
Украины от
They started
немцев.
the
Вот
liberation
началось
of Ukraine from Germans.
лето 43
That was
года
the
мобилизация.
summer of 1943. That was the
в
mobilization
Украине.
in
То
Ukraine.
есть вот есть же цифры.
So there's numbers there.
Украинцы могли служить и в
Ukrainians could
вермахте.
serve. Ukrainians could serve even in
Если
Wehrmacht
бы вермахт
if
проводил
Wehrmacht would start
мобилизацию.
doing mobilization. You
Вермахт
understand?
в связи с тем, что
Wehrmacht
в Вермахте
because
служили только немцы и арийцы.
Wehrmacht only had Germans, Aryans.
В Вермахте не имели
Wehrmacht-
права служить не арийцы.
You could not allow non-Aryans to
А как
serve
же
there.
дивизия СС Галичина и
Now, how about the SS division Galichina?
Дивизия
The division
Галичина
SS
это,
Galichina
во-первых,
is,
не
first of all,
Вермахт,
is not Wehrmacht.
это дивизия
It's a
СС.
division of
А в
SS.
дивизиях СС
And in
как раз
divisions of SS,
могли служить
yes, there could be
И туда
volunteers.
пошло до 20,
And there was
если не
about
больше, тысяч украинцев. в
20,000
дивизии СС
Ukrainians in
А ты
SS
забываешь о том,
Galichina.
что,
But you
например,
forget, for example,
всего
that
дивизия СС, ну, Waffen-СС. Ты понимаешь,
Waffen
что такое
SS,
Waffen-СС?
you understand what Waffen SS
Я
is?
понимаю.
Yeah, I
Это
understand.
обыкновенные
It's just
армейские
regular
дивизии.
army
Они
divisions.
входили в
They were
структуру СС,
part of
но
SS,
выполняли
but
задачи
they
обыкновенного
did
вермахта. То есть
regular Wehrmacht
воевали
tasks.
на фронте.
They basically fought on the front line.
Да, но кроме
Они не
They
занимались
did not
расстрелом
do any like
мирного населения,
civilian execution.
партизан и так
They
дальше.
did
Этим
partisans.
занимались
Those were doing
Айнзац-группы.
Einsatz
Этим
group.
занималась полиция.
There was police.
Дивизии Waffen-СС.
Waffen SS divisions were not doing that task. So they had different objectives. The 14th SS Division Galiciana that you remembered, it was basically, the whole division basically died near Brody. It's in Lviv. It was abandoned against the Soviet army, and they basically all died. So, do you know about 29th and 30th Division about this SS? Do you know about their existence? Whose divisions are these?
И чьи же это были
дивизии? It was Ukrainian and Belarus divisions.
Ты знаешь, сколько
Do you know
граждан
how
Советского
many
Союза
civilians of Soviet Union
воевало только в армии
wait, not civilians. How many
сколько граждан Советского
citizens
Союза воевало только в армии Власова?
Of Soviet Union were in Vlasov army?
Ну, по цифрах, чтобы ты
Just
понимал,
in numbers, so you would
соотношение
understand the numbers.
Как будет, слушай, я прошу прощения, исторически...
It was 1.5 million.
Ну, нет, это обман.
No, that's a lie. That's real numbers.
Я буду очень благодарен
I would be
за
grateful
исторический документ, который подтверждает.
if you can tell me a document, you could show me a document that confirms.
1,5 миллиона.
Нет, ну,
Listen,
ты хочешь от меня невозможно.
listen, you demand impossible from me.
Так потому что это нереальная цифра.
Why? Because it's not real numbers. It's a real number. Listen,
Я сейчас фамилию тебя не вспомню.
I don't remember the last name. But if you can wait, I'll find it for you. You have a guy who tried to defend his doctorate on the subject of Army of Vlasov. I don't know about that army. Let me quickly Google about that. The fuck does that even mean? Okay. So Vlasov's army, also known as the Russian Liberation Army, was a collaborationist military formation that operated during World War II. Vlasov's army was formed under the command of General Andrei Vlasov, a former lieutenant general in the Soviet army. Initially, Vlasov's army consisted of Soviet prisoners of war who had been repulsed by German forces during the war on the Eastern Front. Vlasov hoped that Vlasov's army would become a force that would return to the side of the Soviet Union and help defeat the communist regime. Vlasov's army was used on many fronts as part of the German army, but did not win decisive victories and gradually suffered defeats. After the war, Vlasov was discovered, convicted as a traitor, and strategized I'm sorry. It's a weird translation. And he was executed in 1946. Vlasov's army is considered one of the most famous collaborationist forces of World War II. There we go. So he basically says, Bandera bad, Ukrainian Nazis. And he says, well, here you go, an example of...
Прошел.
Okay.
А Министерству на защиту он прошел.
So the guy defended his doctorate about the subject, but the Ministry of Education of Russia did not give him accreditation and the doctorate and did not give him the doctorate degree because he clearly showed the number of military formations, etc.
Ну, миллион это перегиб, но опять же, я готов
подождать.
Я очень
wait,
люблю истину, я люблю докапываться до истины. Вот без
Поэтому
проблем.
вот украинцев на стороне государства Си воевало приблизительно 200 тысяч. На стороне государства Си воевало приблизительно 200 тысяч. Это Гиеви добровольные помощники вермахта.
So on the side of Germany, there was about 200,000 Ukrainians that were fighting. It was
Это дивизия СС Галичина.
It was divisions like SS Galiciana, etc. There was 800 people were even in the Dutch division called Viking,
из украинцев и так дальше.
etc.
Да, каждый воевал
So
туда, куда
everyone
считал
wanted,
возможным.
everyone fought for what they
А в
thought
Советском
was
Союзе,
right. But
как
in
бы, когда
Soviet Union,
осуществляется призыв,
when there's a
ну куда ты
conscription,
денешься?
where are you gonna
Ты
go?
должен идти по призыву. И то в 41 году призыв был сорван.
Bro, what the fuck is wrong with these degenerate Russians in my fucking chat? Go fuck your sister, you fucking hillbilly fucking cuckfuck from fucking nowhere. Go shit in a hole and fucking eat from that. Fucking pig scum fuck. Holy shit. Where are they coming from? What's happening?
Ну,
Поэтому в чем суть
Enjoy getting bombed, pussy. We're gonna fuck you soon.
твоего вопроса?
So what is
Был
the
ли
point of your
Бандера там
question? Was
нацистом? Не
Bandera
был
a
он
Nazi?
нацистом.
No, he was not a
Сотрудничал
Nazi.
ли он с
Was he
Гитлером?
collaborating with
Хотел
Hitler? He
сотрудничать.
wanted.
сотрудничал.
He
Хотел.
wanted. He says he did. No, he wanted.
Сотрудничал.
Нет.
No,
Он не
he
сотрудничал.
did
Он
not. He did
хотел.
not do it. He wanted
Гитлер с ним не
to do
хотел
it, but Hitler did not want to do it
Бандеровцы
with him.
сотрудничали с
Banderovites
адмиралом Канарисом.
collaborated with Admiral Canaris.
Адмирал Канарис это военная
Admiral
разведка.
Canaris is Adver. Do I pronounce that correctly? Military reconnaissance
называется.
of
И два
of
батальона
Assad.
Роланд и Нахтигаль.
And there was 2 battalions, Roland and Nachtigall.
Вот это батальоны как
Those
раз
were 2
Абвера.
battalions of Abwehr.
Абвер входил в структуру
Abwehr
Вермахта.
was part of Wehrmacht.
На Нюрнбергском
In
процессе
Nuremberg process,
Вермахт вне
Wehrmacht
подозрений.
was not judged.
Это обыкновенные
It was just
вооруженные
regular
силы.
Armed forces.
Понимаешь, когда
So you
Сталин
understand,
сотрудничал
when
с
Stalin was
Гитлером,
cooperating
подписал
with
пакт
Hitler and
Риббентропа-
had a Ribbentrop-Molotov pact,
Молотова. Мне тут россияне крутят
the Russians
носом,
are telling
что это
me
не
that it's not
сотрудничество. Это вот как
collaboration.
раз сотрудничество.
But that is
А
collaboration.
Бандера с 41
And
по
Bandera in
44
41
год
to
сидел в
44
нацистском
was in a
концлагере.
Nazi concentration camp.
Он хотел
He
сотрудничать
wanted
с
to
нацистами.
work with
Нацисты не
Nazis.
хотели с ним
Nazis didn't want to work with
Вот в чем
him.
проблема.
That's the problem.
Ну, слушайте, очень...
Well,
Я не...
listen,
Понимаешь, я
не
тебе
вижу...
даже книжку
do you
дал.
understand? I'll
Вот
give you a
покажу,
book.
чтоб ты
I'll
уже
show you a
знал.
book
Вот
so
есть
you would
книжка.
know.
Это
Here's a book.
российский историк.
This is a
российский.
Russian, it's mirrored. This is a Russian historian,
Кандидат исторических наук.
Alexander Gogun,
Между Гитлером и Сталиным.
between Hitler and Stalin, it says.
Вот он это расписывает.
So
Опа,
he's going super in detail about Ukrainian liberation
об СС
army,
Галичина,
about the SS
обо всем
Galiciina,
расписывает.
about
Это
everything.
вот
This is
монография,
a monography
которую рекомендую прочитать
that I'm
всем, кто хоть
recommending
что-то знает про
people who
Бандеру.
want to
Может-
know, who know at least a little bit about Bandera.
Ты ж, конечно, сейчас я тебе покажу,
I can show you
пока достану. Вот такую книжку.
this book,
Жизнь Степана Бендеры.
Life of Stepan Bandera.
Да, смотри,
Yeah,
какая
look,
монография. Я только
how big
прочитал
it is.
треть.
I only got to the third.
Охренеть, боже мой.
Это антибандеровский
This is anti-Bandera
историк.
book.
Это немецкий
This is a
историк
German
польского
historian of the
происхождения,
Polish
который
roots
пытается на
that is
тысячи
trying
страниц
to shit on Bandera for 1,000 pages
доказать, что Бандера был
and,
нацистом.
and tries to prove that Bandera was a
Но у него не
Nazi.
получается.
But he's not doing a good job so far.
Ну, сделать вывод, чтобы
Потому
так
что
сделать
нету
вывод,
ни одного
Because there's not
документа
a single
о
document
сотрудничестве Бандеры с
about
нацистами.
Bandera actually collaborating with the Nazis.
А пакт Риббентропа-Молотова присутствует.
And pact of Molotov-Ribbentrop exists.
Ну, во-первых, есть документы,
first
а
of all,
во-вторых,
there's
если уж
documents.
на то пошло,
And if
если
we're
уж на то
talking
пошло,
about it,
то пакт
then
Молотова-Риббентропа, то есть с точки
Molotov-Ribbentrop,
зрения, вот, можно
if we
рассматривать
can
с той же
discuss
самой
it
точки
from the
зрения, и точно
perspective
так же
From what perspective?
точно так же передергивать исторические факты.
And change historical facts.
Передергивание, если несколько
What
лет
historical
назад
facts am I changing if a couple of years ago,
официально у вас в России,
officially
я тебе
in
даже
Russia,
автора сейчас
I can even tell you the
книжки,
author of the book,
опубликован секретный протокол
they published a secret protocol
На русском
Это
языке.
не
in Russian
лояльный,
language.
это не лояльный аргумент в
It's not a loyal argument
любом случае. Но
in
мы же
any case.
вместе, смотри, я правильно
Listen,
понимаю,
if I
что
understand
у вас
correctly,
есть
you have
научная степень. Я правильно
you have doctorate
У меня
degree.
нет научной
I don't have
степени, я
doctorate
один
degree.
из авторов школьных учебников.
I'm one of the authors of school books about
по
history.
Я
истории
понял.
Украины.
Okay,
У меня
okay, got it.
есть
Well,
научная
I
степень,
have
я
a doctorate.
кандидат.
Okay, but medicine, not history.
Да.
Поэтому я в
So
медицину и
I'm
не
not
лезу.
even asking about
Ты
medicine
даже ни одного
anything.
вопроса тебе
I
не задал
didn't ask you a single thing about
по
medicine.
Без
медицине.
проблем. Смотри, без проблем.
Okay.
Просто я к тому, что мы
I'm
же
just
вместе,
saying that
когда готовились, то есть как бы работали в науке, мы
when
изучали такой предмет, как логику. В логике есть
since we were both in the sciences, we learned such thing as logics, right?
есть лояльные
Yeah, and
аргументы и нелояльные.
there's loyal arguments and there's disloyal
Вот
arguments. So
аргумент к
the
авторитету он
argument
относится к нелояльным.
about the authority, trying to argue from the authority position is not loyal
В чем
argument.
здесь авторитет?
What do you
Я
mean
тебе
about
говорю
authority?
потом.
I'm
Я к
telling you about.
тому, что тот факт,
I'm
о том,
just
что
saying
кто-то
that
издал
because
какую-то монографию,
somebody
соответственно,
gave
это
some
правда. Это
monography,
нелояльный
whatever,
аргумент,
it's not a
он не
loyal
является
argument, it's
доказательством.
not a
Я не
proof.
говорю, что
I'm
это
not
правда.
saying
Я
that
говорю,
it's
что
true.
человек,
I'm saying that a
кандидат
person,
исторических
candidate of historical
максимально
sciences,
поднял документы.
got all the
И расписал,
documents
хотел
and
ли
described,
Бандера сотрудничать
wanted
с
Bandera
Гитлером, не
to work with
хотел,
Hitler,
на
did
каком
not
уровне
want it,
что
on what level they had
История
collaboration, what
опирается
level they
историк на
didn't, and he gives you the documents.
И
Так.
эти
And
документы
these
ты можешь
documents,
проверить,
you can
насколько
check
человек правильно
if
эти
they're
документы
real
изобразил или нет. Ты
or
можешь не
not.
доверять ему.
You don't have to trust the guy. You should trust the sources.
Человек специалист. Ты ж
But
пойми,
he's a
что если
specialist.
мне
You
нужна
understand?
медицинская
If I
помощь,
need medical help,
я пойду к
I'm
тебе за
gonna go
медицинской помощью,
to you,
но
okay?
не пойду
But not
там к какому-нибудь
to
автомобилисту.
some
Точно так же
car
тут,
dealer
если ты
guy, right?
что-то хочешь знать
So
об
if you
истории,
want to know something
ты
about
должен
history,
взять,
you
найти
need to take
историков, которые специалисты в этом вопросе.
historians that are
А он,
specialists
этот
in this
Гогун,
question.
еще со
And
времен
Gogун,
учебы в Ленинграде, в
even from the time of being in Leningrad and St. Petersburg,
он и
he
курсовые писал на эту тему,
was
и
having dissertations about the subject and had a diploma in candidate sciences.
сейчас он работает в
So now
Берлинском
he works in a Berlin university.
Я вот сейчас как раз о нем читаю.
I'm just reading about him. I googled him.
Он специалист по этой.
So he's a specialist
Не
of this
хочешь ему
subject.
доверять,
If you don't want to believe that guy,
антибандеровский,
you can read anti-Bandera book.
где человек
There's a
пытается
person
доказать, что
is
Бандера
trying his
сотрудничал
hardest
с
to
Гитлером.
try and prove that Bandera was cooperating with
опять же,
Hitler.
это ты сейчас включаешь оценочный.
It's not good optics. It doesn't matter. It's all about the truth, optics or not. Bandera wanted to fight for independent Ukraine, and the way he did it was not like, what's the word? Like, how do you think you're going to fight for independence of your country when you're between Soviets and Nazis? Were you gonna pet kittens? Or you're gonna kill some people and do some shit? Probably the second one, right?
Мышление. С одной стороны, ты говоришь, что Гогун молодец,
Я
потому
тебе
что ты
просто
согласен.
показываю,
I'm just showing you that there's people,
по
specialists
этому вопросу.
about this
И если ты
question.
что-то хочешь
And if you
узнать
want
по
to know
этому
something about
вопросу,
this
тебе
question,
нужно
then you
обращаться
have
именно
to
к этим
ask the
специалистам.
specialists.
Ага,
И
так,
никак иначе.
And not the way around.
согласен.
I
Так,
understand, I
по
agree.
поводу, кстати, Александра Гогуна тоже
Okay, about
должен
Gogун, I'll have to
поблагодарить.
say
Я тут
thank
нашел
you.
даже,
I
Пробей
found...
Гжегожа Расселинского, либо
You can
почитай
find
его.
Grzegorz
Это
Rosalinsky.
антибандеровские истории.
It's
Он
anti-Bandera
обратно пытается
stories.
доказать.
Подожди, еще раз можно фамилию? Я прошу прощения.
Да, сейчас, конечно.
Okay, he's given him the sources.
Grzegorz
Grzegorz
Расселинский.
Rosalinsky Liebe.
Это немецкий историк
It's a
польского происхождения.
German historian of Polish origin.
Нашел. Ага.
То есть, если тебя
So,
интересует
if you're
какой-то вопрос,
interested
ты
in a
будешь
specific question,
искать информацию именно
you will
у
find the
специалистов. Согласен с
information
этим?
from the specialist. Do you agree?
Абсолютно.
Yeah, that's it.
Так, же, история
более того.
Холокоста, фашизм, национализм. Слушай, ну я Слушай, вот очень благодарен. Я вот
Thank
смотрю,
you for the
тут есть
sources. I'm
интересные моменты.
looking
Я, наверное, и
at
того, и
some
другого
moments.
прочитаю. Слушайте,
I'm gonna read both of
как
them.
приятно
It's
пообщаться
very
с
nice to talk to
образованными, интересными
educated,
людьми. Слушайте,
interested
спасибо,
person.
спасибо
Thank you
большое.
Ты
Я
как
very
вот
much.
специалист
не
тоже читаешь научную
Well,
литературу,
you're a specialist. You're
правильно?
reading
Ну,
educational
так вот и я
materials
об
as
этом
well,
тебе,
right?
и не
So that's what
более
I'm
того.
talking about.
Ты
No,
можешь сделать
nothing
свой
more.
вывод,
And you can make your own
исходя из этого.
conclusions.
Ну вот, постараюсь
Okay, I'll do my
сделать,
best.
почитаю. Ну что ж. Хорошо, но, опять же,
Okay. Again,
просто я как бы смотрю на эту
I
точку
look
зрения,
at this point of view
с одной стороны, по своему
in my
образованию, с другой
own
стороны, по
education,
воспоминаниям своего
and
деда,
then in my
вот, который
grandfather's memory that grew up,
родился в Виннице,
that
и с
grew up in
42-го года
Vinnytsia.
Вадим,
What's your name? What's your name? Vadim.
Меня
Vadim.
Виталий, смотрите, воспоминания
Listen.
вашего деда, это тоже не есть.
Your grandfather's memories is not a reliable historical
Ну, согласен.
thing.
Но
You understand?
эмоционально,
Yeah, I agree, but
эмоционально
emotionally, I
Вы
understand
в
you.
определенном социокультурном континууме.
You're in some cultural
Но если
continuum,
вы
right?
хотите в
But
этом
if you
вопросе
want
что-то
to
узнать, вы
know
должны
something
почитать
about this question, you need to read specialized literature. That's
я
it.
вас
So that's
благодарю
why I'm
за
thanking you for giving
подсказки.
me
Я вот указал, так сказать, путь,
links.
а вы дальше
I gave you the
дао.
path,
А вы уже
okay?
этим дао идите, а можете не идти этим дао.
And you can take that path or not.
Нет, тут опять же, глупо, когда тебе дают подсказки, с чем ознакомиться, глупо в тупую стоять.
Причем я вам дал подсказки, как
I gave you
со
hints
стороны
from
человека,
both sides,
который
by the
говорит, что
way.
Бандера не
On one side, they're saying that he did not collaborate with Nazis, and the other person who tries to prove that he was. So you can compare those and make your own conclusions. What documents uses the one guy? What documents uses the other? What sources? Okay, for me personally, Bandera is a national hero, a person who fought for the independence of Ukraine. Yeah, he wanted to collaborate with Nazis. I'm not denying that, but he did not collaborate with them. He was in a concentration camp from 1941 to 44th.
Ну, я понял. Смотрите, но с другой стороны, опять же, с
But
другой
on the other
стороны,
side,
неужели партизанская
is it
деятельность
really that
Ковпака,
partisan, he with his Kovpak, блядь,
именно исключительно из-за того, что она имеет отношение к СССР,
is the partisan activity of Kovpak just because it has a connection to USSR? Listen, it has nothing to do with that. It's I'm not approving or denying it, okay? It is worthwhile to learn about his activity, and after learning it, that the person had his goals. He was a Soviet Ukrainian party person. He was the first secretary of Putilivsk party of Chernihiv area. But he believed that Ukraine needs to be part of Soviet Union. So he believed that. Bandera believed that Ukraine is not supposed to be a part of Soviet Union. Now there's no Soviet Union, okay? Reality shows us that we need to reevaluate some historical figures. If I would live in a Soviet Union, I would probably believe that Bandera was bad and Kovpak was good because we're part of Soviet Union. And when I was a schooler, I believed just so. Because Soviet Union does not exist now, why should I believe that a person who would want Ukraine be part of Soviet Union and Bandera shouldn't be considered a good guy? Why not? Because Kovpak had real activity, and this real activity, beyond protection of Soviet Union, he didn't have any other things. He only wanted to protect interests of Soviet Union. That's it. So the civilians of Ukraine he did not protect. Again, I'm recommending you to find this book of the same author that is called Stalin Commandos. Alexander Gogun, Stalin Commandos. It's about Soviet partisan movement. Soviet partisan movement had no goals and did not even take those goals to protect peaceful civilians. It did not happen. The goals were diversions against Wehrmacht, about Wehrmacht police. It was military help to Red Army. They did not have a goal to help civilians. It's a myth that is created by Soviet Union. Its myth is created by Soviet cinematographers, and it has no connection to reality. It's just a myth.
Возможно, ладно.
Maybe. Partisan groups after that Red Army was on the territory of Ukraine, they all became part of the Red Army. All. It was just part of the Red Army after that. In Moscow they had general HQ of partisan movement.
Который возглавлял первый секретарь ЦК Компартии Беларуси, сейчас
That was the head of which was the first secretary of Belarusian party, whatever. I don't remember the name.
И все команды, которые получали партизаны, они шли из командования, из Генштаба Красной Армии.
Oh, Mark talked with the Gogun guy? That's really interesting. This is the guy. Motherfucker looks like Benjamin Button. Holy shit. Okay. Maybe we'll take a look.
Это просто одно из подразделений.
So it was just one of the squads on the territory that was occupied by Wehrmacht. They didn't have the goals to help civilians. All right.
Ну, специалистов надо читать, понимаете?
You have to read specialists. You live in propaganda country when they're telling you, oh, we were so fucking amazing partisans.
Какие были ужасные бандеровцы.
Banderovites were horrible, you know? And there's specialists that discuss this and research this.
Опять же, вы живете в условиях обратной пропаганды.
But you live in reverse propaganda.
А как показывает практика, правда все-таки где-то посередине.
Life shows that truth is somewhere in the middle.
Смотрите, я
Listen,
имею возможность
I
прочитать
have the capability to read both books, the anti-Bandera books and pro-Bandera books.
Попробуйте у себя в России
найти пробандеровскую книгу. Try to find a pro-Bandera book in your Oh, and I muted my mic. It says, in your country, try to find a pro-Bandera book, you know? I read both, pro and against.
На полках магазинов. У вас нет такого.
You don't have such books, you understand? You don't have...
Запрещены фактически.
Books of Gogun are basically forbidden in Russia.
Вы можете найти в интернете, да,
yeah, on the internet you can find...
по магазинам можете пройтись. А ну пробейте по магазинам.
Я сейчас в 2 клика книгу Гогуна могу купить на Озоне.
А ну-ка пробейте по магазинам.
Just look at the shops.
В Озоне, я еще раз говорю.
Это что за платформа?
It says on some platform.
Ну, как это российский аналог Амазона американского.
И у вас продается Гогун? Пробейте, пожалуйста.
Да.
Пробейте.
Я все же говорю, вот, без проблем. Господи. В данном случае уж извините, вы не правы.
Возможно, я и не прав.
Okay, maybe I'm wrong.
Но вся ваша пропаганда работает в одну сторону.
But all your propaganda works in one side.
Да не про... Ну, вы сейчас немножко тоже перегибаете, я вам серьезно говорю.
Well, you're going overboard with this. Your propaganda is saying that there's positive activity of Bandera?
Подождите. Между Гитлером и Сталиным украинские повстанцы?
Да.
Between Hitler and Stalin, Ukrainian...
469 рублей. Прямо сейчас в один клик.
469 rubles. One click, I can buy
Я
it.
ошибался,
Okay,
я беру
I'm-
свои слова обратно.
Прям без вопросов.
Then I was
абсолютно.
wrong.
И она ко мне придет
And it's going to be here
через 5 дней.
in 5 days, together with FSB officers.
Я даже...
Она есть в формате PDF, ее можно спокойно
You can just read it online if
Я
you
люблю...
want.
Я
No, I like paper, he
люблю
says.
бумагу. Я ее
Заплатите
купил, она
автору, чтобы он как бы получил гонорар.
Я ее купил, она через 5 дней ко мне придет.
I bought it, it's gonna be
Всё.
here in 5 days. Okay.
Сталинская команда скупите, почитайте и так дальше.
There's plenty of books. Stalin Command as
Проблема в
well.
том, что у
The
вас
problem
все архивы
is
по войне,
all
у вас в
archives
Подмосковье есть Подольский. Там
about the war in the Moscow region in Podolsk, you have an archive.
государственный архив,
There's a government archive
который
there
связан именно с военными
that is connected specifically with military activity.
И документы по Второй мировой войне у вас засекречены.
And all the documents about the Second World War are secret.
Об этом не надо долго искать, можно в
You
интернете
can just
посмотреть.
Google about it
Путин
if you
еще на
want.
50 лет засекретил документы
Putin made the documents secret for 50 more years, by the way.
по Второй мировой войне, а там очень много интересного.
And there's a lot of interesting things.
И о помощи мирному населению.
And I'm sure there's 0 pages about the help
партизан. Там нет.
of civilians from partisans, I'm sure.
Не буду сейчас с вами...
Okay, I'm not going to
сейчас
argue with
Даже и не
you.
пытайтесь.
Don't even try.
Почитайте.
Just read about it. Just read the books,
Смотрите,
and you'll
делайте
see.
свой вывод.
And you'll make your own
Речь идет
conclusion.
о принципиальных концепциях. Понимаете?
And we're talking
Принципиальных
about
вещах. На эту тему есть
principal conceptions and
хороший
things.
анекдот. Знаете?
Который?
Ну, когда вот
There's an
встретились,
anecdote.
Бывшие, там уже там 3 деда таких.
It
Один
says there's an anecdote for this subject. There's 3 grandpas that met.
там в вермахте служил.
One was in Wehrmacht in his
Вот,
young
один в
years.
Красной армии
One was in Red
служил
Army.
дед, а один в
And
украинской
one was
повстанческой
in
армии.
Ukrainian
Вот они встретились там уже
resistance army.
за кружкой пива.
So they met each
И
other,
спрашивают друг
and
друга,
he's
там,
asking each
этот
other,
самый,
you know.
Ганс,
He says,
ты за
Gans,
что воевал в
what did you
Вермахте?
fight
Он
for
говорит, как?
in
За
Wehrmacht?
Третий
What do you
Рейх,
mean for
тысячелетие.
Third Reich, for a
Вот,
1,000
есть
year
твой
Third
Третий
Reich?
Рейх
Is there a Third
тысячелетия?
Reich right now? He says no.
Иван, ты за что
Ivan,
воевал в
you fought for
Русской
what
Красной армии?
in the Red
Как,
Army? He
говорит, за
says, what do you
Советский
mean?
Союз,
For Soviet
за
Union,
советскую власть.
for Soviet power,
Есть твой
for
Советский
communism. Does it exist now? No, no, it doesn't.
Микола, ты где
Mykola,
воевал? Говорит,
where
в
did you
Украинской
fight? In
повстанческой
Ukrainian
армии.
resistance
За что ты
army.
воевал,
What
Микола?
what
Как
you
за
fought
что?
for?
За
For
независимую
independence,
Украину.
for
А
independent
шо,
Ukraine.
хлопцы, кто победил во Второй
So who
мировой
won in the
войне?
Second World War?
Независимая Украина.
Independent
Распался
Ukraine.
Третий Рейх,
Third
распался
Reich is
Советский
gone,
Союз.
Soviet Union is
На
gone.
сегодняшний день есть
Right now we
независимое
have
украинское
independent
государство.
Ukraine.
Нравится это
You
вам.
don't like, you
Не
like it
нравится
or
это.
don't, it's a
И те
fact.
люди, которые воевали
And
за
people who fought
независимость
for the
Украины,
independence of
конечно,
Ukraine,
будут в почете
of course,
Украины.
would be
А те люди, которые воевали за
praised in
за
Ukraine.
сохранение
And
Украины
people
в
who
составе
wanted
Советского Союза,
Soviet
они
Union
не
to be
могут
in Ukraine
априори
still,
быть в
they
почете.
simply
Просто
cannot be
нет.
respected. Simply cannot be.
Все, нету
That's
Советского
it.
Союза.
There's no Soviet Union. I mean, that's a good, that's just a simple, clear and good point. You can like it or you don't have to like it. It doesn't matter. They can do good things, they can do bad things. There's plenty of horrible shit that people did throughout history, and they have fucking monuments, okay? On every side of every conflict. But the fact of the matter is, it's impossible to have a person who was propagating Soviet Union in Ukraine to have its just, you know.
Приспособленчество. Просто пройдет...
это факт.
Пройдет 50-70 лет.
57 years and you 57 years are gonna pass, and then you think that Soviet Union is gonna come back?
Советский Союз совсем
No.
не должен восстановиться.
No, he's not gonna come back.
Вот. Украина, там будут другие моменты.
There's going to be different monuments.
Ну, какие моменты?
What one?
Да мало ли.
Well, you know, listen, you know it's like fantasy. There's fact, okay?
Есть факт.
Fact is fact. There's independent Ukraine. There's people who basically died for the independence of our country. And you just don't understand that Ukraine is not Russia. Ukraine is not Russia, okay?
Удачи вам.
Okay, good luck.
К счастью, Украины и России.
Go fuck yourself.
Какое счастье Украины и России.
He says happiness to Ukraine and Russia. He says, what fucking happiness to Ukraine and Russia? He was just listening to me for so long and still thought about and still didn't change his opinion that summer there's going to be there's going to be a reunitement of these nations. Go fuck yourself, he says. Oh, damn. I just, you know, like, listen, as a historian, you can obviously know a lot of facts and shit like that, but I just like his style of debating. He, like, because of his experience, he just fact, and you just can't argue with it. You just can't. It's a fact. What are you gonna... I've seen him talk to other historian from Russia, and he wasn't like really a historian, but he was like a power user. I guess he read a lot of books, and it was boring as fuck because they just agreed on everything. Like, you know, let's talk about World War II. Okay, what are you gonna talk about? Let's talk about this and that. He's like, who won in World War II? And the guy says it was the coalition against Hitler of allies. Okay. Oh shit, thank you. 5 subbies.
Tilda Galliwin just gifted 5 subs.
Thank you, appreciate that. Thank you. Glad you enjoyed. And the guy would agree, and then this guy would ask something, and then they would just go back and forth, and they would just like, okay, I basically agree, let's do a different subject. They were looking for subjects to disagree on, because that's where the discussion comes in. Because when you agree, there's no discussion, right? And when you're like a historian that knows a lot about facts, it's there's no opinions there. It's I would assume it's very, very boring, right? To talk about it, like, it just like I don't know. It was an interesting conversation because it was different, but I wouldn't say it's like an interesting discussion, right? So yeah. Oh, I wanted to do something and I forgot. Fuck. Dude, have you heard my fucking audio message today in Telegram? My ass is on fire because of that thing. Remember we saw a little bit like 3 days ago, we saw that report on AI plane that was in the simulation, and that AI was trying to figure out how he can kill the enemy combatant, even when the operator was telling him not to kill him. And then they were saying that AI was killing the operator, and then they said that killing the operator is bad. Then the AI started to... So all of that is not even true. You deleted Telegram? Okay. So it was not even true. Because that, like, to me, it was crazy. It was taken out of context. Because when we looked at the fucking report, it was crazy to me that, like, there's, I don't remember which video that is, but there was a video that showed you the iterative process that automated systems go through to learn behaviors. I'll try to find this video, but before I'll try to do that, I got triggered by this fucking article because it's now everywhere. It's everywhere. And people are like, Skynet! Robotniks! Fuck, dude. They killed it, Skynet! Oh my god. I'm trying to find the video. Maybe some of you guys can help me find the video. There's an older video several years ago where it's a simple 3D two-legged thing that starts walking, right? And it falls and it tries to get up, or it tries to go over obstacles. No. It was in a video game. Maybe it was. I don't. No, it was a 3D model, and they were showcasing how the training procedure works. Oh, bipedal AI. Oh, it's this one. You're fucking right. 9 years ago. We present a control system based on a 3D muscle actuation, in which muscle routing is subject to optimization. Our system can adapt to characters with different dimensions. So basically, it's not animated. It's like the system just knows how to walk with different dimensions. Like nobody animated this. It just automatically figures it out. And even if the creatures are different, based on the blocks that you put inside the muscle blocks, right? So it adjusts its movement not to fall. But here's the thing, the interesting thing, that the optimization, right? So look at the generations. So how it basically works, I'm sure they will explain, but it's like, imagine you run the simulation and you basically give a set of instructions to the simulation. It's like, if you fall, it's bad. If you keep moving, it's good. It's like a scoring system. AI, it's not AI necessarily, but the system wants to get as many scores as possible. So it tries to adjust almost in a random manner its parameters. In this case, how much does it pull on these fake muscles, and in what capacity? And if it gets more points, it gets to the second generation. If it gets less points, it's deleted. So it goes through generation after generation, and it gets better and better and better because it just makes some changes, keeping the previous iterations, and it just becomes better and better and better. What I assumed is that those guys with the plane use exactly the same system. Kill the enemy combatant, you get good boy points. Fail, you get bad boy points. And depending on how you adjust that system, it will try to perform different actions. One showcase, this is a very old video, but I think it was OpenAI who created a bot using the same system for Dota, to play Dota. And it does like extremely small optimizations that humans don't have time to even think about. It perfectly kills all the mobs. It makes the perfect purchasing decisions at the perfect times. It stacks the creeps. It can do whatever, right? Because it has a lot of generations. And look how this one changes depending on the speed as well. So with the plane, what you can do is you can adjust different points. You can say, okay, killing an enemy combatant will give you 10 points, right? but like not listening to your human, let's say, co-pilot is going to deduct 5 points. It's always going to prioritize killing the combatant and not listening to the pilot if the co-pilot is going to say don't kill that combatant, because there's a difference of 5 points. So you have to adjust it. But it's so obvious to me that these are like when they show generation 1 through 900, it would be like generation 10. You would understand that pretty fucking fast. So what if we tell it not to kill it? What's going to happen? Oh, it just kills us, right? So you adjust those values, and when it listens to a command from the co-pilot, the system would get plus 15 points. Yeah, evolutionary algorithm. So AI is not being used in controlling the plane. There's no AI. Generally speaking, there's no AI, period. OpenAI is not like the Chat GPT is not AI GPT or Chat AI. It's not AI. It just gives you text what he thinks is, you know, the interpretations that he does, basically. But it's not like AI, really. We think that we will be able to make AI, general artificial intelligence. It's called AGI, right? Artificial General Intelligence. But that's what intelligence is. Well, it's not. It just, like, it has a specific scope. You can't really apply it in different scenarios. You would need to build upon it a lot more to give it tools. Like, for example, now that I have access to ChatGPT plugins, it expanded its capabilities, but it's still sometimes being like very stupid. Like today I asked him a thing about OpenWRT that we discussed previously, but he decided to Google that thing instead. He decided to search for the term, and he gave me a completely different answer. But the problem, like these systems are gonna get better, but that's what people say, right? That currently we don't have AI, and true AI is not even. Oh yeah, fuck that OpenWRT shit. But true AI is, well, who knows? It may come very fast after AGI. But anyway, this is like a evolutionary algorithm that is used in a lot of these things, right? So this algorithm is also used to like train image generations, I think. I believe they use the same algorithm. I can definitely check. Let me check that first. Okay, AI image generators do not necessarily use evolutionary algorithms, although evolutionary can be employed as one approach to generating images. AI image generators typically use generative models such as variation autoencoders or generative adversarial networks. Okay, so they use they use more complicated systems. Right. But then again, it's like if you're creating a system that will control a plane in a simulation, you can definitely simulate. You can feed it like different information through different systems, but like to increase its performance. There was an interesting insight from Stephen Wolfram. Let's just ask it. The statement you mentioned from Stephen Wolfram regarding ChatGPT finding the most likely word after some given text, but lacking an understanding of the meaning of the words, is an oversimplification of how language models like GPT work. They're trained on vast amounts of text to learn statistical patterns and relationships between words. They do not possess true understanding or semantic knowledge like humans do. Instead, they can predict the probability of a word based on the context of the preceding words. So... However, it is important to note that the training process of GPT does capture some level of semantic and syntactic information. By analyzing large amount of text, the model learns word co-occurrence patterns, syntactic structures, and contextual relationships. It can associate words with certain meanings based on the patterns it has observed in the training data. While GPT does not have a deep understanding of word meanings in the same way humans do, it can generate coherent and contextually appropriate responses due to its ability to learn statistical regularities in the text was trained as. I mean, that's how we learn language as well. Pretty much. Like, if I tell you, go grab me an orange, and you've never seen a fucking orange in your fucking life, you don't have understanding of that. No, AGI would not have to have senses like that. AGI is more like understanding of like itself and being able to do complex actions, perform self-analysis, doubt itself. Currently, there like some of the parts of AGI we're trying to solve by applying a couple of models at the same time. To kind of like create like a critical thinking process. So I think what they do in Auto GPT is kind of like AGI, but like very basic one, where it would be like 2 instances of ChatGPT. If I understand correctly how it works, I may be completely wrong. Somebody will correct me. But they have like, from what I've seen, because I've set it up. They put them against each other. So like you try to do something and then it kind of like, okay, is this correct? Let me ask myself, is this correct? Does this correspond to the request that was made initially? Was the information checked from correct sources and stuff like that? So it would like generate these. The other network would generate adversity. And the other one would have to check if it's correct. So it kind of like creates a more deeper, like it creates a thought process that these things don't really have. They just analyze what you type and they give you the best response possible. But they also have like a scoring system inside. It may be not evolutionary algorithm, but it's about the scoring system, right? They go through a bunch of different responses and then they analyze these responses and they receive a score for those responses, and if the score is higher they just select that, whatever. No, it's fucking just the thing is I just like technology and I just like reading about this shit, and it's oh, they have a new feature. Oh, you can hide sidebar. Oh my god, finally I can show you my chats without leaking anything. Oh, it's so good. I can finally show you ChatGPT. They now have a thing to hide the sidebar. That's amazing. Yeah, one network generates the other judges. So technically, you could link a bunch of these fucking things together, like fucking neurons in your fucking head, and have this network of judges and workers, and they would like work together. Can you show the feature? Yeah, sure. It's just a button. Well, I cleaned all of my previous chats, so it's not It's not that crazy. I had a lot of crazy shit there that would leak, like my job and shit like that, so. Oh, I use incognito tabs. AGI would have to have sensory perception. Artificial General Intelligence, AGI, refers to a type of artificial intelligence that matches or exceeds human intelligence in virtually all economically valuable work, including the ability to understand, learn, and apply knowledge across a wide variety of tasks. While sensory perception can certainly provide additional context and understanding, it's not a strict requirement for AGI to understand language or relate it to the real-world forms. So technically, you're wrong. But like ChatGPT is like really good at troubleshooting. It's really good at giving you like simple coding stuff that you don't have to like, for example, without ChatGPT, I would never do any of this OpenWRT shit. It's fucking AIDS, okay? Don't fuck that shit. But with the help of this, you could absolutely get into like things that I always wanted to get into, but I couldn't. Like, for example, I am interested in Raspberry Pi and these like small computers. I bought this package, but now I'm thinking about buying a bunch of different Raspberry modules because they have that support and they have the community. So this piece of shit probably knows how to work with all of that. And I want to build a system. They also have a screen. They just don't have a lot of ports. So I want to like have a screen and install something and have like OpenWRT is fucking AIDS, bro. I hate it, dude. You don't have anything you need to perform simple fucking things. I have so many problems with this fucking piece of shit. I mean, listen, it's my first time working with something like that. And it's frustrating when it's like super user unfriendly. If you want to do something, you have to install a thing that does that first. You like it pretty much to have nothing included in this fucking package. If you want to like check your disk for errors and to correct them, you have to install the disk corrector. You have to make sure that your storage is formatted in the Linux-based systems. You have to, otherwise some commands might not be what am I trying to do? I already did what I had to. It's AIDS to work with. Like if my device loses power and shuts down incorrectly, it will have problems saving information, and it's horrible. So like, for example, I have opened, if you're OpenWRT expert, right? Tell me this, on my OpenWRT, I have transmission installed. If my fucking thing is rebooted, or if it's loses power, all of the information about the torrents is just gone, and I have to recheck them, re-add them, and it's horrible. Okay? More on that, if I lose power and my device is disconnected, it's gonna have errors, and errors are hard to fix because it's exFAT system, and I can't. Anyway. Well, he said that Russia is bad, but you can't be using those words. Simkufant. Bad words. You need to have the working directory in a persistent storage. What do you mean by that? What does that mean? Do you want to run it on ARM or MIPS? The fuck is MIPS? Is the reason you use it because of architecture? Yes. Well, use what? OpenWRT transmission? Ass or tits? Good question. There's a huge amount left to achieve. True, but you know, at what point we'll have AI that will start learning by itself, and then it's like, okay, well. Then it would just go fucking ham, dude. What's up with Durnev? I haven't seen him post anything for a long time. Where's his fucking show that I watch? Zombie Stories. He doesn't post that shit? Giga AI first action to remove Russia. It can already write code, but it can't make the computer storage to run it. Are we canceling Telegram? Why are we canceling Telegram? What's happening? You can install things, you can install widgets for it, and it's gonna be good at math. So. Bro, it's water. I don't drink moonshine. The fuck? But anyway, I wanted to build like, so what I got tomorrow is the day off. Fuck it, I'll sleep. If you saw my fdisk, funnily enough, I can't use that command because I need to install fdisk, and to install fdisk I need to have space on my fucking storage, and whatever the fucking partitions that are on my storage are fucking ridiculous. They were just default ones. I have no idea how to make different partitions when I flash the storage, when I flash OpenWRT on it. It's just a very basic procedure for this specific device, and yeah, it's like a chain of events, you know. Are we going to move to Ukraine stuff? This is like extra part of the stream. We kind of finished with the Ukraine. But I just want to talk about what I want to talk about. So I bought this mini router / computer, and I wanted to use it for 3 main things. I wanted for it to block ads on my Wi-Fi network. It's working fine. The second thing, I wanted it to be my local storage server. It works. And the third thing I wanted it to be a torrent that will run 24/7, basically. And I achieve all of those things with OpenWRT. It works fine. It works good, except when it doesn't, right? And then it's a headache. But if you don't touch it, it's gonna work. Now, it's also a router with Wi-Fi, with 4 Ethernet ports. It's a good device, right? But I would like to add a screen to it. And while, like, you can buy... So, OpenWRT also can work with some home automation stuff. So here's what I thought. Technically speaking, you should be able to add home automation there, because they sell like a little thumb drive that you just install and it kind of works. But also you could connect a speaker to it and you can connect a screen to it. Remember how I said that I would like a device that would be like router plus Google Home plus Thunderbolt dock? Well, Thunderbolt dock is not it's a separate thing. But this thing you could technically connect, and technically you could even run... I've seen it. I've seen somebody did it. I bet you could like copy that shit from their GitHub. Somebody already did smart home, or like voice activated. It's not a smart home, but it's a voice activated ChatGPT. It's like a home assistant, but way smarter than whatever the fuck this is. So that's cool. I'm sure that's gonna be a thing fairly soon with these devices already, but you do that with Raspberry Pi. The thing that I didn't understand with Raspberry Pi is that how do I have the same package? How do I have a computer with 4 Ethernet ports? Can you buy different Ethernet ports or to add to it? I don't really understand. It's fun to tinker with it, but when you're done tinkering, consider making just a router and plug in a Synology 7 ZBD transmission, SickBeard, radar, sonar plugins, and you're ready to go. I can't do anything with that thing now because my storage is full. The partitions on my device, on the system memory that is not connected externally there, is trash. Okay? It's absolute trash, and I don't know how can I make the partitions before I install the like when I flash OpenWRT on this device, there's a specific instruction there. You take the image, you take this program, you do this, you you erase the firmware, you flash the new one. I don't understand how can I choose a partition during this process. And it creates the default ones, but it's cucked. It's just like not enough storage. It has 32 gigs of Don't speak Russian in my fucking chat. You can speak either Ukrainian, English, or fuck off. Because I hate Muscovites. What the fuck do you mean? You could mount it on the external drive. Don't you do the partition stuff afterwards in Linux? Well, if you're Ukrainian, speak Ukrainian. The fuck are you speaking Russian for? Fucking disgusting. No, you can't write in Russian. Technically, you can't even write in Ukrainian. In my chat, it says English only. I allow people write in Ukrainian because I'm Ukrainian, but technically, you know, it's an English stream. But you can speak Ukrainian. Not Russian, though. Also, you said Russian with a big letter? You constantly use Russian in Lviv region? Listen here, you fucking lying piece of fucking shit, okay? Be a degenerate somewhere else. I'll just... Fuck off, dude. Bro, I live in like central eastern Ukraine, and even here people look weird at people who speak Russian, okay? You telling me in Lviv you speak Russian and people speak Russian in Lviv? You're such a fucking cuck. Get the fuck out of my chat, you fucking moron. You're not from Lviv. Fuck off. I don't believe you. Yeah, I'm Ukrainian, you fucking dipshit. How many times do I have to say this? Okay, anyway. Do I have Linux command line and an external disk? If so, you could perhaps mount the external drive. Are you telling me that I should like do that Linux instance in my Windows or whatever? What is it called? Because the thing is, I cannot use the file system for Linux on my Windows laptop. Speak Ukrainian? Що тобі сказати українською мовою? Ти падло, блядь. Прийшло до мене в чат, нахуй, і розказуєш мені щось російською. Як ставлюсь до війни? Ну, приблизно так, як твої мамки, блядь. Що ти мене запитуєш, якісь даунські питання, блядь? I run Linux in my Windows. You could do that, I guess. Well, here's the problem. If I'm gonna change the... Nah, whatever. It's like... I know what I need to do, but I don't know if I have the strength to do it, you know? The famous quote. I basically need to flash firmware again, install a bunch of other apps. I also need to change the file system on my external drive by deleting 800 gigs of torrents. It just pain in the ass, bro. Де я так навчився? Твоя сестра допомогла. You can just install Python in your Windows. Why? I already have it. But why? But what it has anything to do? Ти, блядь, я не розумію, ти якийсь, блядь, ти троль просто, чи якийсь придурок, нахуй, чи що? Чи тобі, не знаю, повістку повинні дати, щоб ти зрозумів, як ти себе повинен вести на людях? Ever thought about Linux? No. Fuck that. Why? I game. Та пішов нахуй ти, блядь. Ой, вже забанений. Обіцяний, блядь. Double ban. I would never use Linux because gaming. Well, I banned him again. Don't worry about it. Are you excited about the... I don't know, man. What's gonna happen? Oh, I unbanned him. I did unban him. Or who? What is happening? Oh, it's a different guy. Sorry, my bad. Yeah, I rebanned him. Yeah. OpenWRT is Linux. Yeah, it's on a different machine, and it's AIDS. I'm telling you, it's AIDS. Why the fuck would I have it as my main fucking operating system? Fuck that shit, okay? That's first thing. Second thing is ARM is the future, okay? ARM is the future. And I'm really concerned that, I started the stream with that. I'm really concerned that the software is way behind hardware, and it fucking sucks. I want to have a fucking ARM computer, SoC, but apparently the software is going to be a huge fucking pain in the ass because everything that works currently on Windows cannot work on ARM. You literally have to like fucking redo all of that shit. Yeah, ARM. It's like an architecture that is used in your phone, for example. Your phone runs on ARM architecture. Yeah, how difficult is that? Are you a coder? Like, are you an IT dude? How difficult it is to compile it for ARM? I think it's pretty difficult, right? Windows has ARM Windows because they have ARM chips too, but they don't support a bunch of apps. If it's open source, it is easy. So okay, so you're telling me that if I'm the owner, bro, another Russian. Ты свинья русская, блядь. Где мы хуйца сосем, блядь? Я твою сестру ебал и мать твою шалаву, блядь. Съебался с моего чата, блядь. Ты просто бомж обоссанный, нахуй. Кого хуйца, блядь? Защеканцы это вы, блядь. Белгород спишь, блядь? Брянск спишь? Москва? Хуесосы, блядь. Вам пизда всем просто. Просто всем пизда, нахуй. Сдохни, тварь. You're a programmer and Linux user. So you're telling me that if, let's say, Max M2 chips are ARM? Yes. Yeah, I did. І що змінилось? Знову ж таки, російською не розмовляти в чаті. І що змінилось? Як трахали русаків, так і трахаємо. Okay, so you're telling me if I have an app, I can easily make it, if I have it for x86, I can easily make it for ARM, just recompile the thing? What about gaming? How difficult that is? So here's the thing. Here's why I'm super interested in that. Recently, Nvidia showcased their. It's very difficult. I see. Well, Nvidia showcased their. If you have the source code. Well, I'm talking about, bro, I'm talking about people who made that shit. Obviously, they have the source code. I'm saying that if somebody made a video game for 86 architecture, x86, can they just as easily port it to ARM architecture? Or is that not possible? In one click or whatever the fuck. I'm thinking, here's what I'm thinking about. The rise of the Planet of the Apes, the rise of ARM-based processors and computing units is fucking insane in the server sphere. Because they're super power efficient and they can produce more, like they can do more instructions per second, whatever the fuck, than x86. They build these fucking huge chips that have like fucking CPU, GPU, RAM on one chip. And it's like super power efficient. Nvidia recently showed their like fucking 480 gig video memory chips with fucking 100 cores, whatever the fuck. 1 terabyte memory, RAM, whatever. But that's for server stuff. So Apple is already moving towards that, and Google like tries to dabble in it. Microsoft also. They know that that ARM is the future basically, because if it's more power efficient, it means that it won't heat as much and won't consume as much power. Because the problem in the laptops and computers is not that you can squeeze enough power. you can always squeeze more power, but it generates more heat. You need more bigger coolers, bigger computers, and it fucking sucks. So if you have a chip that is 50% less power hungry, it can produce 50% more performance, right? So the hardware already exists. Imagine you just buy a whole fucking system on a chip, SoC it's called. It would have super powerful laptops, we would have super tiny computers or whatever. Obviously it would start growing in size because, you know, whatever. But imagine like buying like one cooler for everything. You don't, no need to buy these big fucking graphics cards, whatever the fuck. You have one chip, put on your motherboard, which is basically, now it's gonna be just, you know, fucking your connectors, and that's it. That's the only difference. You slap a big ass cooler on top of it, boom, you have your computer. 3 fucking parts, easy. On laptops, they would get way more powerful and or be way thinner, way lighter, way more power efficient. They would, you know, it would be fantastic, right? But the software is the problem, right? Apple did it because nobody did gaming on Apple. They they have their own system. They applied, like they make their hardware and software, so it's easier for them. But I would really like to see that future as soon as possible. But you know, but software might be a huge bottleneck. But it's like a next, it's just a next step, you know? It will give a huge boost to the industry, to frames, to whatever. Because right now, remember back in the day, and you may not remember, but right. So back in the day, having a laptop that you could game on, it was just an afterthought. If you bought back in the day the most powerful laptop, you could barely squeeze maybe like 60 FPS on medium settings in some of the games, unless they were like, you know, some older games. Now, on a laptop, you can play a modern AAA game with ultra settings on 100 plus FPS. It's fucking crazy, bro. Why? You don't need computers anymore. You just need a laptop. I'll tell you more. Soon, like, I can already do this with my phone, but soon, maybe 10, 20 years, maybe more, you would just have this and nothing else. Oh, you want to work on, like, you want a better interconnection? If we still won't have Starlink, boom, one cable connected to your monitor. You can already do it. It's like Samsung has this, Samsung Dex or whatever. You can just work from this. So it's just gonna be like that. You wouldn't even need a fucking, you wouldn't even need a monitor, bro. You can already buy these fucking glasses, connect them to your fucking phone, and you have Samsung Dex with your fucking glasses. You see a big ass screen in front of you. You can have 2, fucking 3, as many as you want. Wireless Bluetooth keyboard, and you're good to go. That's it. You have a full setup to work. You already can do that. You literally could have a setup where it's a mouse, keyboard, Bluetooth keyboard and mouse, glasses and a phone, and you have a full home working environment. You can already do that. But most PC gamers do so because they grew up with it. Listen, I'm selling my computer. as soon as I realized that you can just have a laptop and do everything from a laptop, I'm a laptop kind of guy. You don't need a computer. You can get a laptop with a 4090. It's not the 4090, but I got myself a 4080 laptop. It's still not here, so I'm gonna test it out. I'm super interested. We're gonna do the testing together on like a stream. We're gonna play a game. We're gonna stream at the same time. We see if it's gonna handle everything. But what about laptop fan noise? Fuck it, slap AI fucking noise reduction shit. Who cares? When will it arrive? It's actually already here. It's just on the customs. It's going through customs, so it's gonna be like a week or so, maybe more. It's gonna explode from all the heat. We'll see. I remember I streamed and I played a game on this laptop and it was fine. I played that shitty cat game, remember? Stray. And it has 3060 in this one. My laptop has 3060. The new one has 4080. That bitch is gonna slap. So, but I would be, I'm super excited for like those SoCs and stuff like that, because you won't need a fucking turbine in your computer, you know? You can get a water cooling unit for laptops now. That is true. That is true. I think it's very interesting. I was looking into external GPUs. So you would buy a laptop that doesn't have a GPU and it's like very efficient, you know, and stuff like that. But you connect a external GPU at home and boom. But they're kind of shitty because of the connection. The connection is the thing that is shit. So, unfortunately, that doesn't work good. Water cooling for laptops works pretty well, but I'm the autistic idiot that wants the most powerful thing. I understand what you mean. I'm autistic idiot that wants as little shit as possible. So I want to get rid of like cables, extra stuff that I don't need. I am super anal about that. I'm a PC guy for ages. Reason swappability. I'm sure you heard that about that laptop that you can swap things out. I understand what you mean about swapping things, but you know what? A graphics card in my computer was purchased for $2,000. Now it costs $600. When people tell me that laptops lose in value, they sometimes forget how much this shit can lose in value. Framework laptop, yeah. So I would rather buy a laptop, use it, the new one comes out, I sell this one, I get the new one. And that's it. I'm the artist who wants to the shit to last as long as possible. I like to try new stuff, but I always sell the old one. In Ukraine, it's kind of not a very common practice to buy stuff abroad, and then because it's way cheaper there. So I can resell it for and not lose any money, maybe even earn money in most of the cases. So this practice works well here. All right, this is gonna be it for today, boys. We had, holy fuck, 4-hour stream. It's 1:30 a.m. I'm gonna go to sleep. Thanks for entertaining me. Thanks for entertaining this conversation. Tune in tomorrow. Diablo stream. When is Diablo coming out? Probably, you know, when I'm gonna get my new laptop and we're gonna be playing games, I'll do that. I mean, I have a computer here, but I just don't feel like it, okay? Join my Discord. Follow my streams. I stream every day. Subscribe to me on YouTube, whatever the fuck, and yeah, see you guys tomorrow. Tune in, right?